Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. It's so lovely to have you all here. Hello Nini161, hello Valerie Valkyrie, hello Rob. Welcome to the stream, Cherry Pit Spit and Middle Earth Marxist. Hello Basinus back. I've forgotten how to pronounce this one, I'm really sorry. Starlight Reverie, welcome to the stream. Catgirl Steph, hello. Scratchbox, welcome to the stream. We are all going to start in a couple of minutes. I am going to be streaming Pathologic 3 today. It is the release day. I was very lucky to receive a, what's it called? A Steam key from the developers, and I will be, playing it today. I'm going to go make myself a nice hot cup of tea, as I often do, and I encourage others to do as well while I'm doing that. And, I've played a bit of this before on the demo version. I am very excited for this game. People who know me know that I really can't get enough of Pathologic 2 especially, but just like playing and talking about and thinking about Pathologic occupies a lot of my time. So we'll probably chat a little bit before that. I was obviously going to do Liberal Slop, as is the usual thing. We've had a problem the last couple of weeks of the archive sites not working properly from within the UK. I've just checked now and they're working. So I'd already made the plan, especially because it is release day and I've got this Steam key. Like, I do want to play Pathologic 3. But hopefully, everybody pray. Liberal Slop will be back next week with the usual going through articles and stuff. I am considering structuring my streams so that maybe we do articles, and then if we hit a dono goal, we change to playing video games. So if people are into that idea, let me know. I'm going to go make a hot cup of tea now so that I'm not just having Pepsi all stream. And then we'll hang out and play some of this game. Okay, see you all in a couple of minutes. I really mean it this time. I know I say that every time. Welcome to the stream, everyone. It's lovely to have you here. Please remember to tip, because it keeps me alive. And I'll see you all in a couple of minutes, honestly. Chat, I've discovered the most annoying thing. As soon as I loaded Steam, I now have an update coming in. There's now only a third downloaded. So, if anyone who knows Steam better than me knows the solution to this, feel free to let me know. But, yeah, it's literally just, the absolute worst time for this. We could run the Katamari emulator and play some We Love Katamari until it is done downloading, which will be a little bit slow because I am streaming at the same time as trying to download the update. But looking at how it's going, it shouldn't be too long overall. Chat, bring me your questions. Let's chat about stuff. Let's fill some time before the game, before game time. I am gonna load up the, what's it called? The emulator. Yeah, that's the one. Cool. And connect up my controller, which I won't be using for Pathologic. And We Love Katamari. Okay. So, I should quickly change the title and category. I'll change the title to just include After Some Katamari Damashi, as the end of the title. We Love Katamari. It's not the reroll, but I'll flag it as that anyway. That's fine. What ending did you get in Patho 2? I guess you mean when I, based on my own choices. I have played it through a bunch of times, and I've done I've done both the endings. So yeah. But the one I choose, the one that I chose before knowing everything about what happens with the game and the endings, and the one that I choose as an informed decision is the same one. I think that Patho 2 has a very good, does a very good job of making different endings that you will probably enjoy from different perspectives. If you they're not simply a good ending and a bad ending, or an ending where Artemi says, "I'm Shadow the Hedgehog," and then does a genocide or whatever. So, I didn't actually answer the question, did I? What I think is called the Nocturnal ending, the one where basically a lot of people in the town did die, but you don't shell the polyhedron, and the kin take over the town. I like that ending. I can understand the perspectives of both endings, but I think that the giant bulls returning to the town are so beautiful. I feel like the kin are quite supremely mistreated throughout, and I'm glad for them that they get liberated in that ending. I guess, I do know there is more to it than that. But, still to get the shadow ending then. Yes, that's right, Valerie Valkyrie. I'm considering having my chat box on screen if everyone is well behaved, which I think I used to do and I've stopped doing. That's probably a webhook, if I'm looking through my sources here. Oh, crikey. It's been a minute. It's been a minute with everything, but it's been a minute with this. Yes, I updated the text on here to say if the weekly goal is met, 150, we will play Katamari. We will play some Katamari just now, as I said before, to fill the time in. Where would my chat box be? I definitely had it at one point. Window capture? No, that's the Discord chat one. That one's for... Sorry, I'm now talking about stuff you guys can't even see on my screen. This is definitely exciting, I'm sure. Alright, cool. Let's hop across to there and play some We Love Katamari. How are we doing? Cool. System. I definitely saved this earlier. Load. Those are the same.
Your Majesty?
Cool. Nice.
Your Majesty? Your Majesty?
Okay. What's her deal? Everyone, please remember if you're enjoying the stream to consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip, and it just pays me for the job that I'm doing, which is nice because I get to pay my bills better and all that. Okay, we like red roses. We're getting flowers here? So chat, how many of you have played any Pathologic games? I was considering for a minute just leaving it on Patho 3 as the Twitch category, even though that's wrong, and just like letting really confused Pathologic fans come in. And I'll be talking about Pathologic and discussing Pathologic with the chat, but like... but visually, obviously not playing a Pathologic game. Vordrella says, I have attempted it. I believe that's the most common answer people give about this. I think people might go on too much with the like, it's not fun thing. I think it very clearly is a kind of fun, right? It's like what people call like type A fun or whatever. Like it's, is that type A? Type whatever. It's the one where people get a thrill out of doing something like organizational and methodical and quite logistically challenging. Welcome to the stream, Hermeneutics, and welcome to the stream, Energy Dahamter. Welcome to the stream, Veltwind, who says, is there a more opposite aesthetic of Pathologic than Katamari? There's actually, I guess we'll see if we see the cutscene, but there's actually like a cutscene vision dream thing of Dankovsky's in the new game, where he like, there's just like a giant thing barreling down towards him, and it's like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, na 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 na. Energy Dahanta says, may I ask a question related to a book? Yeah, sure. Again, chat, hit me with questions. We're just gonna be chatting until it's Pathologic time, which is it's not yet because of my internet. Is The Open Society and Its Enemies by Karl Popper an easy book to read? Easy book to read is like a strange concept. Like, unless we're talking about something really notoriously difficult in the sense that like people do not have take Hegel as an example. That's a philosopher who like, there are so many readers of Hegel, that people have made so many like companion pieces to help you understand Hegel, and many of them disagree. Hermeneutic says the game is a little loud, so I'm going to change that now. But for Karl Popper, I feel like, you know, like, that's someone who guides would broadly like help you through just fine if you were having a really rough time with it. What's your interest in the book, I guess is my... Oh, there's actually a message just now. I'm considering reading that book because I'm interested in philosophy, and I'm a fan of classical liberalism, and I've heard that his ideas have influenced the classical liberal tradition. You're a fan of classical liberalism. Can you elaborate on that, please? Yes, I think that's a fair summary, and I think that like you probably will be in touch with some of the core ideas if you give that a go. I think that if you're approaching it as your like first philosophy text or whatever, or first political philosophy text. It might be a pretty welcoming one, relatively speaking. There are a lot of people who have written a lot more densely than Karl Popper. Cherry Pitspit says, in the spirit of trans girls getting bigger, do I have pizza or nuggies? I would prefer nuggies given the choice myself, but if it's in the spirit of you getting bigger, pizza will probably be more fattening. Energy Dehunter says, I've read other philosophy texts. You'll probably be fine then. I wouldn't worry about it so much. Oh, this is the one we've got to make the right size one. In the spirit of trans girls getting paid, please everyone remember to pay for the stream if you're enjoying it. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I'll do command tip for you in chat just now. It looks like this. It's !TIP. And I'll turn the game down slightly more as well because I know Katamari Damacy is like very loud. What else is there in chat? Hermeneutics says, I've played both. I think Pathologic is what you're referring to. They're really fucking fun. Cherry Pitspit says, all of my pathologic wisdom is received pathologic wisdom. Energy Dehamter says, I am a fan of classical liberalism, which to my understanding is the idea governments should maximize individual rights because I believe God created us with inherent dignity as individuals and people know what's in their self-interests better than the government does. Okay, that's a solid articulation of your beliefs. Hummus Rules okay saying, read David Hume. I don't like David Hume. I think it's a bit tedious. Have you, Energy Dehamter, encountered critiques of a classical liberal approach that look at positive freedoms, i.e. The idea that we are not just stopped from doing things we might want to do and should be given rights to be allowed to, but rather there are things that we would not be able to do without some people's help, and we should consider those freedoms as well in our framework of rights. See, when you've replied with I have encountered critiques of classical liberalism and I disagree with them that fast, I feel like we might have touched on a sore spot. You can elaborate though if you want, what your where your disagreements are with liberalism's critics. So my approach to the roll exactly 50 centimeters level before was, I think if I can roll up that action figure in the middle of the ring, then I'm probably 50 centimeters. And I think that paid off pretty well last time I played it. So I'm going to try to be just about able to pick that guy up. Cherry Pitspit, thank you so much for donating £4.34 and saying, buy some pizza. Thank you so much, I really, really appreciate that. I unfortunately actually can't be eating loads of stuff that I really want to at the moment because I'm required by the state medical apparatus to lose some weight. It's very distressing. But I will hold on to it and buy some pizza later on with the same money. Oh, it's only 20 centimeters, not 50 centimeters. That makes way more sense. If that action figure was 50 centimeters, that would be quite insane. Let's find out how big this is. I'm trying to switch from pathologic brain to Katamarian philosophy mode, and it is not easy, says Hermeneutics. Were you not expecting philosophical discussions if we were going to be playing pathologic? I feel like that's a natural overlap. Energy Dahamter says, I haven't read the essay Two Concepts of Liberty by Sir Isaiah Berlin, which to my understanding is the origin of the concept of positive liberty. However, I have heard the concept and I disagree with it because I believe the government doesn't know enough about what's in people's best interests to override negative liberty for positive liberty. I see. In terms of being able to do stuff because you're enabled to by society, one thing I'm talking about there is just like people being able to basically survive, right? Like people in America, for example, commonly can't survive because they can't afford healthcare. I would say that is a catastrophic failure of a classical liberal approach without a shift for positive freedoms. If people can't participate in society because they just die, you know? Biscuit Saturn's pretty good. You know, 21 centimeters and 7 millimeters out of 20. That's pretty good. That's pretty close. Ah. Basinius back says, ooh, what surgery are you getting? Excited. I'm planning to not really talk about it that much online, but because I had to fundraise for my FFS, and so I wanted to, you know, I want to kind of, you know, not make as big a deal of it. But I'm currently getting pretty close to having vaginoplasty, and I'm gonna have a pussy installed, and I'm quite excited about it. This is, now that I've started talking about it, this is like the time I'm going to talk about it, I guess, so it's okay to chat about it. But just like generally, I'm trying to not make a huge deal about it. Partly because like the waiting process is very... Energy Dahamter says, if you're interested in economics, I recently read an essay discussing later Wittgenstein's philosophy, and I have read some of his writings on economics. May I post that in the chat? Yeah, it's completely fine for you to share that in the chat. And now you've said, I disagree with that premise, presumably referring to the idea that people not being able to afford healthcare is a failure of a society. So please elaborate. Catgirl Steph says congrats in advance, and Bessini's back says, oh no, sorry, glad you're getting something you want though. Loop Digger says, Sophie, do you play MTG? And I'm just gonna bring this over here to this screen to say never ask me that again. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's like, this one is the big level, I think. 17 minutes, 500 meters, let's fucking go. One of the problems is like with all the waiting and all of the like hoop jumping, like, okay, the reason I'm currently losing weight is that I need to be under a certain BMI to have the appointment. After the appointment, it is extremely likely, as in my partner who has had the exact same thing from the exact same surgeon, was in the same situation. It's extremely likely I will need to go through some other cosmetic procedures first that will take about a year. And so it's like, I understand losing weight for actually having the surgery, theoretically. I disagree with doctors about how much, how strict they need to be about that. I think they're quite fatphobic and puritanical about that idea. But losing weight for the appointment so that I can have the appointment and then be told that I have to wait another year and then come back in a year and then have to be the right weight, then to have the surgery, that is like absolutely pure, by the definition, just jumping through hoops, and it's very frustrating, and I found it very, very demoralizing recently. So anyway, all that to say, your donations will not be spent on food right now, but they're probably going to be spent on a lot of things to like entertain me and make me happy in ways that will replace what I'd usually be eating. And now you understand my frustration. But yeah, like I don't want all of the Sorry, we've gone to. Sorry, we've had a little bit of a diversion with the chat with Energy Dahunter, who says, I disagree with the premise. It's not to my thing, it's to. I disagree with the premise that corporations are an undemocratic, totalitarian institutions which Hummus Rules OK claimed. So, if your boss, and remember we're trying to not limit anyone's negative freedoms here, and we're not trying to stop anyone doing anything, we're trying to avoid government overreach. If your boss wants to sleep with you, and you do not want to sleep with him, and you will lose your access to housing if you do not. Like, he's making it very clear that you will be fired. What's the, like, limiting the fewest freedoms solution to someone being in a position where they would be made homeless by someone who is effectively a tyrant in the workplace? What's the solution there? Okay, Lube Digger says, I'm so confused, but I won't ask again, I promise. I don't fuck with MTG, and I find it a little sad and saddening and annoying sometimes how much it's taken as, like, trans femme culture. Firstly, it's, like, relatively white, but also, like, it's a Wizards of the Coast property. Like, it's a consumer thing, and loads of trans girls are into it, and people sometimes assume I'm into it, and I'm like, I'd like for trans girl culture to be like going to the woods and knowing the names of different flowers and stuff. Instead of like pouring all of your money into a company that like hires Pinkertons. We're back on the game, right? No, I don't want that. I just want to play. There we go. Oh yeah, I can get those. That's good. I can probably get bikes at this point. Nice. Okay. Volpix989 says, anti-MTG action, play another game. That's a lot stronger of a position than I articulated, but I'm not going to argue with it. I have had some frustration with it. I don't want to just like yuck anyone's yum too much. Like, I know a lot of people just have a lot of fun with it. But yeah, it's just not my thing. I was, to be clear, having a little joke when I said never ask me that again. I'm not actually offended or whatever. Anyway, yeah, I am currently trying to be under the right BMI, which is a fake and shitty and made up way to gatekeep. As opposed to all the other ways to gatekeep, you know. Be the right BMI so that I can have the console, so that I can, in probably over a year, have a pussy installed. And that's exciting and cool to me. But it's just like all of the waiting and delays do take out a bit of the like excitement, because it's like, well, I want to just be like, yay, this thing's happening, and then just like eagerly awaiting the thing. And certainly like jumping through hoops is one of the most off-putting things. Now, Energy Dahamter has said, personally, I believe in freedom of association when it comes to jobs, so in the case of an employer who will refuse to hire you if you don't want to do what he requests, I would recommend protesting their decisions. However, I don't believe the government has the right to violate their freedom of association on your behalf. However, it's a difficult thought experiment, so I'd have to think about it some more. So it's not a thought experiment, is the thing. So, like, the main thing here is it's not a thought experiment. It's a position that, like, probably, it would be fair to say millions of women have been put in, right? Like a position where a male boss, employer of a woman, and to be clear, I didn't say you won't be hired. I said that you're already working for this person, so consider this situation, right? This is a situation that's happened to probably millions of women, is being coerced and exploited for sex, so that they will, with the threat of homelessness and poverty and complete ruin. That's a real situation, not a thought experiment. And it's low-key psychopathic? Yeah, no, I'm going to go with that. Low-key psychopathic to talk about it like it's a hypothetical and an abstract. Anyway, let's carry on rolling this fucking ball around. Am I right, fellas? Okay. The government doesn't have the right to the right to intervene. The real world that we actually live in, Energy Dahamter, is one where people have disproportionate power based on all sorts of classes or characteristics, and people are routinely exploited and abused under a supposed freedom of association and, you know, equal playing field. Hummus Rules OK says, don't ask a libertarian about the age of consent. Look, I didn't want to like go for such a low blow so early on, because I know what classical liberals are about. I know what they're doing, but so this is why I've gone for some more basic stuff that doesn't have to be quite as extreme, but, you know, failing the vibe check on just like, what if your boss is trying to rape you? Pretty low bar. You know what, Energy Dahamter? What's the deal with age of consent? You tell us. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, and at this point I have absolutely no idea what you would be, because this sucks shit. Please consider paying for the stream. I'm doing my job right now, and it's nice when I get paid for doing my job. I need to afford to eat and pay bills and do nice things to stay sane. All right, our classical liberal has got back to us in the chat real fast to let us know immediately. Age of consent should be 18 plus. Cool, good. I'm glad we're all on the same page about that. I guess I am pretty curious about how you feel about the negative freedoms that are impacted by what you've just said there. Because it does seem like a bit of a contradiction in what you're saying. But I'd much more appreciate an answer about the real situation that millions of women have experienced, where they've been coerced for sex by an employer or someone else who is withholding access to basic human needs like housing, ability to pay bills, and so on. That's what I'd much more like to talk to you about, since you've already said that it's just freedom of association. Anyway, does anyone else in chat want to chat about anything? Because I would, like, I don't know, you can call me like an echo chamber lover or anything you want for this, but I actually like talking with people I broadly agree with, who respect the basic humanity of women. Sorry. I'm being a bit cheap. Basinia's back said, so how do you learn to be so eloquent, Sophie? I was in a debate club. For my sins, I was in a debate society in university, which makes me dangerously high levels of dork. And that's the real reason I can't play Magic the Gathering, is that if I also play Magic the Gathering, I will be such an extreme level of dork that I'll just never recover. I would start cashing in negative Riz. There is not a bar on the Rizometer low enough for me if I had done both Debate Society and also played loads of Magic the Gathering. Okie dear, welcome to the chat. Okie dear says, here's a thought experiment. What's the ultimate stoner food combo? Hello! Now we're talking. So I think... Oh my goodness. I think that, like, contrary to the natural instinct when you have the munchies, I think that going somewhat light can be quite a powerful move because you're able to enjoy more of it. And the thing about the munchies is, you just want to like, right? It's like the gurning instinct on uppers. It feels good to be eating and tasting stuff. Like, I'm not saying this is an ultimate stoner food combo thing or anything, but I'm just saying consider I've sometimes had like sugar snap peas or tomatoes or even celery. Celery can be good as fuck when you're really high because it's just like, in a similar way to cucumber, like just wet and cold and crunchy. Anyway, but more straight down the line on ultimate stoner food combos. There's a place in London that is deliberately marketing to stoners by having the name 4 and 20's snack box or something like that, and it's very like deliberately set up for like you're high out of your gourd at 3 a.m. And you are on the app looking for a scran, and you see that, you know? And I respect the fuck out of that. And the stuff they have is just like so much of the kind of, like, they're a dessert shop, and the kind of stuff that you'd really expect, where they have like waffles, they have like whipped cream stuff, they have milkshakes, they have, they might have some savory stuff too. Anyway, I love nachos when I'm stoned. Extremely, extremely powerful having nachos. It definitely exacerbates the Tim Robinson problem of like, I need to have all the fully loaded ones. That's very important. But I do love nachos. They are wonderful. Princess Beck Knight 666. Hello, welcome to the stream. It's really lovely to have you here, sweetie. Gotta have lots of different small snacks with different flavors. Yes, extremely correct take. Carrot and hummus. Yes, extremely correct take. This is what I'm on about, right? Like, if you go light when you have the munchies, you win. You just win. Like, it's just fucking Jova. If you go light, like, they can't even arrest you. But seriously, like, you can avoid becoming like bloated or uncomfortably full, while at the same time, I don't like that they have the Maui heads in this, by the way. I think like there are some kinds of things sensorially I'd like to have, you know, like one of each in my ideal stoner food lineup. Like if there was like one of those cookies that's like a little bit crispy on the outside because it's been baked just right, but it's still gooey. Like, you know, I'd like to have one or two of those if I was stoned. Yeah. But like, it's difficult because like, you don't want to limit yourself to the experience of just one meal. You need to have, you know the deal, you have to have 5 dinners. When you've smoked weed. I think that like this is a big moment for what my wife's been calling little freak food. If you're talking about stoner meals, like some of the best possible shit is like stuff that you would never even describe to another person. You would never admit that you eat this. It would be too shameful, but it's just like, and you would never ever like cook it for someone else, but it's just like exactly what you want. That's like, that makes up a huge core, I think, of stoner food, is like whatever people's personal little freak meal is. You know, when you go to the kitchen and like there's no one else home and you can just fully be a little freak, that's the one. Energy Dahamter has said in chat, I've done edibles in the past and I didn't enjoy it. I enjoy being in control. Sorry, I'm making fun of you so much. That's interesting though. Do you drink? Like, are you entirely sober? Catgirl Steph says, what's your favorite flavor of cheesecake? Oh, that's really tough. I think I had like a Reese's cheesecake once. It was good as fuck. But honestly, I am a massive Basque stan. I don't know if people here have had Basque cheesecakes or baked cheesecake or whatever. But God, I can't get enough of that shit. Just like put it in a funnel, honestly. Like just give me the slop. A friend, I recently had a potluck, and a friend brought over 2 Basque cheesecakes, and now I know we're gonna be long-term tight, comrades. It's absolutely on. It's on like Donkey Kong. If you're bringing Basque cheesecake to my house, just simply a massive win. Million Peaches, hello, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you here. Joe is saying Basque cheesecake or a blueberry time, hands down. Pretty powerful options. Let's get some of these islands, because I'm still not big enough to roll safely in the sea. Hey Zelda, thank you so much for tipping £35 and saying, wish I could hang out, but here's some money to spend on something other than trading cards. Thank you so much. I will spend it on something other than trading cards. Lorcan said, Sophie, I meant to tell you, I watched Plur One Bus, correct take about the name, over the last 2 days. Pretty good, but I was mostly struck by the melancholia. Yeah, there's a lot of that, and I think there's some value to it. I quite like that part of it, to be honest. But I also have to be in the right mood for it, definitely. Yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. If you don't know, I wrote a Substack piece about Pluribus, because I really liked it, and then I found myself having arguments with people who also really liked it, and that's I think telling about, you know, how well a piece of media has done at evincing different points of view if you are able to get absolutely like knives at each other's throats over different reasons why you both like it. And there was something else. Oh yeah, Energy Dahunter said, I don't drink. So look, I'm gonna be super real. I'm guessing that you're relatively young. Maybe like early 20s or whatever. And trying to be like really like in control of everything in your life, as you put it, in control, right? I'm seeing a correlation between the idea that you like to be in control and the classical liberalism. Part of living in the world is accepting that you can't control some stuff, and that you will make your life, either your life really bad or a bunch of people around you's lives really bad, if you don't make peace with like chilling out a bit. And this is not me telling you to drink or do drugs, to be clear. That's, you know, like, I don't know you, but I do think you should consider that the world as is and the world as modeled in some dead white guy's perfect machine of how society should fit together are not really the same, and the movements to help everyone around you be as most cared for as possible are both a lot harder and more worthwhile and better than any kind of like abstract debate about freedoms. There was a question, what are the politics of Katamari? Thank you so much, Rendi, for activating my trap card. So I think that Katamari Damacy is a really like pleasing aesthetic exploration of ideas of what I've been calling organ thought, and the idea of like growing at like fractal scales in society. I think that like the game, obviously, while quite like non-ideological, is actually a really good way for people to key into the idea that we exist in like in many overlapping systems of things at different scales, and that the interactions at different scales are broadly the same. And this is an important idea because it's what I call, you know, the fractal logic. It's something that many people have written about and talked about. Why isn't it charging? Oh my god, there we go. You know, Deleuze and Guattari talking in like rhizomatic thoughts. Basically, since we're talking about stoners earlier, basically every Million Peaches says spherical political compass. I like it. Globe political compass now. NASA proved it. But yeah, what are we saying? fractal logic of society. Yeah, so it's like, I think that it's worth people appreciating that, like, things are... Oh, sorry, I was going to say, since we're talking about stoners, one of the most common places this idea will come up is, like, when people are really stoned and they go, like, holy shit, have you ever thought about how, like, bacteria and, like, neurons and, like, fungus and, like, the universe and, like, everything is, like, the same shape? And it is, right? It's a multi-node system of roughly equal shape and distribution at every level when you zoom out enough, and that's like something that is dictated across all sorts of systems. So if you take, for example, like the number of pencil erasers in the world, if you take, for example, the number of pencil erasers in the world, since this is something that like appears in Katamari and you need to collect them up along with everything else to fit in your Katamari, the distribution of them will have some like quite notable central like loads. You know, where they're manufactured, where they're most commonly stored. Schools will have a ton of pencil erasers, but then also there'll be like a general concentration of them around urban areas, and then there'll be fewer of them, perhaps dotted in routes that are between large urban areas, and then this goes for like a lot of small items that human beings use, right? And so you get this overlapping shape again and again of like many nodes with pathways between all of them, and this is also the shape that the universe is taking as it expands and at the same time condenses down due to gravity into lots of different things. So now I do the time trial version. Yeah, we go again. How is Pathologic 3 going? Update 77% complete. Jesus Christ. Well, we're getting there. Everyone, please remember to pay for the stream if you're enjoying the stream. I'm doing work right now, and I do it technically for free, but I won't be able to keep doing it if I don't like make any money. So please do pay me. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip, or if you're a regular viewer and you want to support me monthly, please go to my Patreon. You know, it's actually a good moment to do a quick plug of the Patreon. I have a video poem up on my Patreon at the moment. It's like 10 minutes long. It's a very short little thing, but it's very creatively focused. I'm trying to do stuff with it that I like find creatively satisfying and interesting to explore. And it's called In Winter, and it's just about the feelings that we move through in winter when we like lose parts of ourselves as like the days get shorter. That's only going to be up on Patreon, but I also am in the process of finishing up a video about trans organizing and how I think trans people in the UK, but this generally applies across the Imperial Core, should be organizing toward our liberation, like what specific methods I think we should use. And that's going to be up on my Patreon ahead of time before it comes out on YouTube, but it'll be out on YouTube sometime next week. It'll be up on my Patreon sometime in the next couple of days. Yeah. I feel like I was going to say another thing. It's just go to the Patreon, basically. It's patreon.com/sophiefrommars. I think that we really need people openly discussing how we organize to do the best things we can in this moment. And I think it's a bit criminal that some people with like the largest platforms for trans people just talk as if they are like community leaders who like you just need their like take and they just have to have a discussion. It's like we should be talking about how to organize. I also just interviewed a couple of days ago Tara Knight, who is a trans feminist author who has been threatened by the FBI. They're saying that she has to take down all her work. I interviewed her. It's the only interview she's giving about the situation, and it's going to be aired on Red Planet on Sunday. So this Sunday is Red Planet, an especially good one to check out. Is there anything else I need to plug just now? Yeah, just donate to the stream. I just really appreciate when people tip. Speaking of which, Bastine is back. Thank you so much for tipping £10. No message. Okay, let's get back to the thing. Energy Dehamter says, as a religious person, I believe Tikkun Olam, which to my understanding means making the world a better place, is a moral responsibility. I converted to a liberal denomination of Judaism years ago, so while I don't believe the government is the best solution to social problems, I do believe taking care of social welfare is important. I see. I don't entirely know why you couldn't have said that earlier, and I really am not trying to be mean when I say that your answers keep on having a very ChatGPT cadence. But given that you believe in him, how do you hope to be in control in the world? I have not, I am not a Jewish religious convert, but I am familiar with some of the Torah and the Talmud, and I think that people being okay with both being okay with, not having a kind of perfect world to exist in, and also caring for each other by supporting each other and creating positive freedoms for one another, I would argue are pretty strong themes for the big man, personally. I also am curious about your stance on Zionism as a convert, because I don't know, man. When you're talking about a liberal denomination, I'm curious what that means with the genocide. I'm assuming you're American because everyone online is American. We're going to go back to the game, right? Oki Deer says, the government cannot stop me from printing out and distributing her... What's this? About Tara. Oki Deer says, woo Tara, the government cannot stop me from printing out and distributing her work by using a t-shirt cannon to shoot it into people's backyards. Yeah, it was a great chat. I'm looking forward to airing it because it was a cute time. She's very funny. She's a really funny gal, and it's nice we're on the same page about loads of stuff. And yeah, just generally I think it's going to be it's a good interview. And now that I've given Conrad the version where all the times we said the T slur and the F slur are bleeped out so that we're safe from Twitch's oppressive authoritarian terms of service, which is limiting my negative freedoms to use slurs about myself. It's now ready. It's ready to go. Oh, I'm only 20 centimeters short of it right now. Will you give me 20 centimeters? You'll give me 5 centimeters. That's not 20 centimeters. Men, you know what I mean? You could just skip it. It's okay. I can skip that too. That's bullshit. I'm trying to unlock Eternal mode here because what I basically want to do to fill the time until Pathologic is ready is just make the biggest, the biggest conceivable ball. Anyway, we were talking about the... Bassini's back says, my favorite part about transition has been being able to use the T slur. This is like the Seinfeld bit about he only converted to Judaism for the jokes. Just coming out as the most possible stuff that you can so that you can use every slur. Energy Dahamta says, I believe God gives humans free will, the right to choose free will to choose, sorry, there's a typo there that they've corrected, to choose between right, for example, taking care of the poor and less fortunate, and the wrong, for example, baseless hatred. And I believe we as individuals should pursue the good when confronted with those decisions. Yeah, that's a pretty powerful statement. I've not actually heard this idea articulated before, that we should do good things when we can... Sorry, I'm being such a bitch tonight. I'm really sorry. Anyway, So yeah, I was talking earlier about, you know, like pencil erasers or whatever. I think there is something, you know, I think there is something to like the idea in this multimodal distribution of space, of human beings, and therefore of like things human beings consume, things human beings like talk about or enjoy. Ideas is an interesting one. Like ideas has its own like multimodal cluster distribution that looks a bit like a brain or a neuron or a fungus or whatever. Yeah, like whoop. Whoop. There it is. Lion statue. Meow, meow. Here we go. We're on our way now. What am I now? Nearly 6 meters, so I should be able to get some cars. There we go. Cool. Oh. No, that car is mine. There we go. My perspective on the Israel-Palestine situation. Can you say genocide? I believe in a two-state solution. Oh, interesting. Okay. And who should get how much, do you think? Just roughly, rough numbers. Anyway, yeah, I think that Katamari does help us to understand the like fractal logics to society a little bit. It at least just keys you into that. Like there are some pieces of work that, some pieces of art that like help with discourse in society because everyone has this like common thing. It's why Kafka loved short stories, right? Like sometimes a piece of you know, a story, a piece of art exists to communicate just like something really super basic and almost metaphorical, so that people will just have that in their bag to refer to and like build off of those ideas. And I think the idea of a Katamari is a useful one, a useful shorthand to get things across, right? Like when discussing Pluribus, actually, since Lorcan's brought it up, when discussing Pluribus, we've talked about, my wife and I have joked a whole bunch about, come on Carol, get in the Katamari. Like, I think that it's a useful idea to like, to key into some stuff, and I think that like, when, for example, you're talking about systemic analysis, systematic analysis, hyperobjects, rhizomatic thought, yeah, all sorts of stuff that like requires for us to look at something bigger than ourselves. Sorry, I've just seen that Joe has banned Energy Dahamter. I defer to my comrade on this one. You know, this stream is not a dictatorship, and I've given Joe mod powers, and she's simply not not wasting any time with someone who's saying two-state solution. And Joe's message: think on your words and deeds. That's right. Consider it part of your tikkun olam. Fucking hell. Yeah, I mean, I this is the thing, right? Like, chat, we all saw, right, how I said, what if your boss is trying to coerce you for sex and you will be homeless if you don't sleep with your rapist boss? And our pal said, gee, I don't know, that's pretty difficult. I believe in free association, so the government shouldn't have to. Just like, you know that like I constructed that example because I knew I was going to get the response I knew I was going to get. So like, think on your words and deeds, indeed. Think on your words and deeds. Oh, crikey. What an interesting thought experiment all that was. Does anyone else have any questions for me? Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. We are probably another 10 minutes away from being able to use to play Pathologic 3 now. The update is most of the way there. I have just noticed, and this is quite annoying, that my new channel logo is down in the corner like that and has drifted off screen. And so there we go, that's fixed it. Okay. A million little changes to make all the time. Bassini's back says, will you be ashamed of your words and deeds when you discover the CEO breathes through his skin? And I don't know if this is a reference to something, but when I discover that the CEO breathes through his skin, I'm going to get a fire extinguisher and I'm going to hose that motherfucker down and I'm going to laugh while he suffocates. DJ Empirical says... DJ Empirical says, you were the first person I thought of this morning when I saw Pathologic 3 came out. Thank you so much, that's really sweet. I do love Pathologic. I am a known Pathologic enjoyer. And I really do mean enjoyer, not even just sufferer and commiserator. Great games, truly great games. Welcome to the stream, DJ Empirical. Lovely to have you back. Okie Dear says, you will feel shame. That's why he wears the tactical bikini. I see. We're talking about Quiet from Metal Gear. I see. Yeah, I adore Pathologic. I have some issues with the fandom, as I basically do with essentially every fandom. But there are a lot of people who seem to like Dankovsky in the wrong way. I think you can find him entertaining, but I think there are a lot of people who think it's kinda cool or something, what an asshole he is. And it's very much like I said in the Theranos video about Steve Jobs, everyone using the euphemism of him being an asshole, when in fact he was an enormous piece of shit, an abusive boss, and taking advantage of a bunch of people and harming them for his personal profit. I've just made the same metaphor I've just done the same euphemism with Dankovsky, calling him an asshole just now, and it's he's not an asshole. He's a actively homicidal fucking maniac who thinks that his bachelor's degree has given him the power over life and death. And he's the fucking worst as well. He's a pretentious dickhead. And I have seen some women who like Pathologic who I worry about them in the way they talk about Dankovsky. I worry about the men that they would consider to be just a bit quirky or whatever, based on how they talk about Pathologic. And I've seen some men who talk about Dankovsky in a way where I'm cool, I am making a note to never be within a mile of you, and I'm also calling up local schools. I think that I think you should hate Daniel. I think earnestly you should dislike him, and actually dislike him, not a kind of anti-hero kind of thing or whatever. He even describes himself as an anti-hero, and that's quite funny. There's a bit, I think it was from the demo I played, where he's someone calls him a villain, and he says that he's an anti-hero. Katamari Damacy. Look how they jokered my boy. Look how they fight clubbed my boy. So Okie Dear, you did not know that Pathologic 3 was coming out today? So yes, also DJ Empirical, I don't know if I've said with you present, but I actually got given a Steam key by the developers, so I'm really excited about it. I've played a bit of the demo already. I'm going to be going into a completely new save for the full build just now. And yeah, I'm very excited about it, obviously. I think that I would not try to be purist and tell people that they have to play Patho 1. Nobody has to play Patho 1. You've heard it from me, right? Just officially, no one has to play Patho 1. But I do, quite seriously, based on what I've seen so far, think that you should play Patho 2 if you haven't played it before playing Patho 3. Because I think that, like, understanding what I'm saying about, like, why Dankovsky is just a fucking moron, as well as anything else. Like, he's just a loser and an idiot. I think that's, like, quite well served by going through Patho 2. I also think it's very interesting, and this is, like, in the video I made about Pathologic, this is some commentary I made about it, like, the diverging perspectives of Artemi and Danil are reflected very differently in the original and the sequel games, because in the original, Danil is considered to be the default playthrough, because they're basically assuming that you as a gamer will have a lot more of a, like, rationalist perspective. You know, you'll be a you'll be a classical liberal, and then they introduce Artemi's perspective later, and you're like, whoa, this is so interesting. There's, maybe magic is real. Whereas 2, I feel like, was able to trade on an understanding that Pathologic is a massive cult hit, and just dive straight into, like, let's just consider the boy. Just consider the boy. Just consider the Harrisbecks, the wonderful, wonderful man. I love him so much. Every time I have anything at all to do with, like, DIY HRT discussions or research stuff or this harm reduction guide, I just keep on going, I'm going Borak mode. What were we saying about? Yeah, the shift from Danil as default to Danil as outsider with a fucking crazy perspective that shouldn't be trusted, that I think has been, present in the remaking of the story for the sequels. That's a very interesting and telling shift, in my opinion. I think that's really striking. Okideer says, cannot play it because I'm simply not strong enough, but I love watching people play through it. Well, you are in the exact right place, because we're going to be playing some Pathologic 3 in, I'm going to say 15 minutes, because I think it'd probably be about 5 minutes now until the game is all the way downloaded, and another 10 for me to go and have a nice cup of tea and reset from Katamari and get ready to play it. Because I've been streaming for about an hour now, and this is all just preamble to me playing the new Pathologic, which might make the VOD a bit awkward. Hello to VOD watchers, by the way. I know I didn't chat to you much last stream or do comments last stream or this stream, but I've just, with not doing liberal slop stuff on these streams right now, it feels like a break from the usual pattern, and feels like it would be slightly the wrong place to chat about the comments from liberal slop stuff. So I'm basically gonna revisit old comments and discussion stuff on the next time I do liberal slop, and we'll do some VOD comments then. Oh shit. Hermeneutic says, the issue with a lot of fan interpretations of Danil is they declaw him and it's so boring. I consider him a tragic character whose tragedy comes from his own unwillingness to consider not being the worst. So if you make him not be the worst, his character is basically null. That's a very powerful way to describe what's going on with him, I think. Yeah, I think that, like, look, I don't enjoy men enough to be into, like, toxic Yuri dynamic or whatever. Sorry, toxic Yaoi dynamic or whatever. But I also see a lot in the fandom of, like, people shipping Artemi and Danil together. And I'm just like, I can't believe you don't like Artemi enough. I can't believe you don't care enough about Artemi to, like, be actively opposed to this, because Artemi deserves better. Like, if I imagine Artemi and Danil as both gay, I just... one thing doesn't change. I hope Daniil dies. But like, it does speak to some of the same thing I was saying before. Like when I see people who I think are seeing themselves in Daniil too much, I'm like, so as you say, like he doesn't understand that he's the worst, and that's kind of a tragic thing. That's a very interesting way to look at it. And if you make him not the worst, there's nothing to that character. I think that when I see people who like kind of see themselves in Daniil Dankovsky, they obviously don't think they're the worst. So I'm kind of like, what do you think is good about you? Like good to be around about you? Do you think you're like really smart or something? Like, or because so far, you know, this is telling me that you just kind of have no personality. And it's a bit rough. And so like in the same way, when I see that shipping stuff with Daniil and Artemi, I'm like, this is Nat always says this as well. Like there's a classic dynamic in fantasy romance. Sorry, not fantasy romance. Romantic fantasies, where people will have like one character who is the interesting character they are having a fantasy about, and they'll have the other character in the couple be just like a nothingy, just like stepping stone, who is just like a pathetic sub who is nothing and has no character traits except being good. And that's I feel like the deal when I see people shipping Artemi and Daniil together. I'm like, I can see why Artemi is attractive. He's he's a surgeon, he's a kinfolk, he's in touch with all of these like ancient magical rituals. He cares an enormous amount about people. There's like a misunderstood bad boy thing going on. He's big. He's large. He's big and large. But Daniil, like, there's just nothing attractive about him. So I just have to assume this is once again people like inserting themselves into the shoes of Dankovsky, which I, you know, ultimately is what I'm going to do in this stream by playing the game. So. Talking myself into a corner a little bit. Hi everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please do consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip, and I'd really appreciate it because I basically am just constantly struggling for money. I lost a lot of income a couple of years ago in the midst of a big harassment campaign, and I'm pretty poor now, and it's nice when I can pay my bills, so I would really appreciate people tipping. And it's also nice when I get paid for doing my job, and I'm doing my job right now, you know. It's kind of a strange one. I remember, I think it was Conrad I was talking to years ago. I was talking about like putting something up on Patreon, and then like putting it out publicly, and then people, you know, subscribing to my Patreon if they like it. And he was just like, I'm part of an old wave of media that I guess doesn't make sense anymore, where people would like buy a thing off you, where they would give you money and then you would give them the thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's how they got us on the social media content delivery network iteration of the internet, is that we are expected to just do everything for free, and then people pay to keep us alive if they want to. And you should never ever complain about this, because being an influencer is a dream job that everyone wants. You should never ever complain about the working conditions, because it's a dream job. Anyway, so I'd like to try again. Will he give me the menu? Here we go. Oh, they don't have Eternal on here. Huh, I guess Eternal must just be a reroll feature. Okay, we're gonna try one more time with trying to get the... Oh, the update's downloaded. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do one more, trying to get the Katamari as big as possible and just see how big I can get it. Then we're having a quick break for me to make another cup of tea. And then we're gonna be playing some Pathologic 3, and I hope everyone's excited. I also am assuming that people here have like a basic familiarity with what Pathologic is about before we start, because that would be a wacky one. Because I've been talking this entire time with an assumption that people know even slightly what the fuck I'm talking about, and it just occurred to me the idea of someone who like has shown up for the Pathologic stream and just doesn't actually know what Pathologic is. But if people don't know about Patho 3, a really interesting thing that's going on with this iteration of the game is that it's kind of about time travel. Like, Dankovsky, being a classical liberal, he obviously can't be out of control of anything any of the time. And so I think what they've done is they've iterated on people's experiences from Patho 1 and 2 of just like relentlessly save scumming, and and they've, you know, fit it well to what Dankovsky's whole personality is about, which is like ruthless manic perfectionism. And the game is kind of about trying to create the perfect run of Pathologic 3. Like you're traveling back through events that have already happened through the medium of Dankovsky being interviewed by the police. Hermeneutics says, Daniel the classical liberal is going to make me giggle all fucking weekend. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I mean, he's always been that vibe, right? Like, he's very Daniel going his own way. Boop. Alright, I gotta dip out of this room, get some other stuff, pick up some other shit, so that I'm the right size to pick up all the rest of the people in there, and then I'll be able to just smash right through. One of the best things in this game, and I really mean it, is when you're a big enough size that it startles the cops and they see you and start shooting at you, and then you just roll them up and then they're just in the ball. You know? That's good as fuck. That just rules. By the way, that is part of what I mean with like the fractal logic of like, if you do look for a politics in Katamari Damacy, there is like the fractal logic of social change and social organisms and revolution in there. Like a whole bunch of fucking soldiers and police joined the Bolsheviks, right? Like the people who should be your enemies, you don't win when you kill them all. Sometimes you win when they get rolled up in the ball. When they get in the revolution, Katamari, that's when you win. Sometimes. Okay, that was all in 2 minutes. That's a bit rough. I feel like I'm lagging behind at least slightly here. Okay, what's going to get me up to 6 meters? I need 1.5 meters and I need it quite fast. Okay, guardrails. Guardrails is pretty good, but not these guardrails. I hear police shooting at me. Thank you for volunteering to join the ball. Excellent. Most challenging question of the stream, says Bassini's back. Who is worse, Dankovsky or a cop? I'm comfortable in rooting for neither men in that conversation. I'm rooting for Anthrax. If Dankovsky is being interviewed by the police, I am rooting for sarin gas entering the room. If Dankovsky has one hater, I am she. If Dankovsky has no haters, I am dead. Oh, I've made the same mistake on two consecutive runs through this. That's so embarrassing. Okay, we go over all of these bits. That little car just got knocked around, so that means that cars can get got now. We are now about 6 meters, so the rest of the cars... Yeah, we're in business. Okay, cool. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, I was clipping some Katamari Damacy footage for a video earlier, just like for a cutaway joke, and it was so frustrating because the person playing was just really bad at Katamari Damacy. Like they were just really bad at it, and I was watching like, I need some clean footage here of the Katamari like rolling around and, you know, just like consistently picking stuff up and getting bigger. And this idiot is just going donk, donk, donk. Lolo Zap says, love this stage. Yeah, it's a really fun one. Also, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Ualada says, does someone have a link or something to explain organ thought? I read the Substack article and I'm only more confused. Okay, how would we go about explaining, I guess? People understand ourselves as individuals, but from a certain perspective, we are like ants in a colony or bees in a hive. We make up a bigger thing that could be considered a living thing together. What is that thing? How do we define it? Well, we could go absolutely maximalist and say Gaia, right? We could say the planet Earth is one enormous living thing, and we are like bacteria making up the gut microbiome of Mother Gaia. But we could also go to things that people feel very strongly about and take material action based on. For example, nations, right? Nations are an example of a thing that is constituted, by many people together who consider themselves part of it and therefore lend their subjectivity together to make this bigger living thing, this social organism. At the same time, like in a cosmic sense, like nations are not real, right? They are agreements between people about where borders go, and they are like economic categories and so on. This is... Oh, I feel like I'm really lagging behind here. Been yapping too much, you know. Right, let's just power through this bit. How then do we start to group people? Because there's what matters to people a lot, and they act in service of it. Their ideologies and so on. These things group people together, and also we have to acknowledge these things are a bit fake. The reality is, like, there are many overlapping systems of categorization and territories between people, whether they are, physical and geographic ones, legal borders, ideological groupings that people see themselves in, or the sharing of ideas between people. These are like different ways to understand it. Another one, if you've ever heard like meme theory in the way Dawkins talks about it. Obviously Dawkins is a scumbag, I'm not endorsing Dawkins here, but like the way that he talks about like memes as like genes of ideas or imagination. I think that's a fairly productive discussion. I think that it unfortunately gives into a whole bunch of absolute gibberish about like rationalism and the marketplace of ideas, and the most successful idea will necessarily win, and it's like, nah, like people's cognition is affected very strongly by people who have power wanting them to think differently. Like, we are truly in like the age of the deliberately uneducated proletariat, or as Felix from Chapo would call it, the stupids. Like, we live in the time of an enormous amount of consent being manufactured by states, and a bunch of that process being made easier by America spending decades making its people stupider on purpose. Video Pheasant says, one thing that's real is the taste of Coca-Cola. I see we have a Zizek fan in the chat. So again, if we understand human beings as being somewhat like bees in a hive, then the way that we have to understand the hive is existing sort of multiply overlapping with other systems of hives and other groupings of things together, because we can't sensibly distinguish it. And the reason that I call it organ thought is like, when you start to look at it like this, you look at the sort of, sometimes you use the metaphor of the organs of state, right? Like the different like organizations and bodies that make up the apparatus of a state. Well, like states come together to make up the organs of international organizations as well, and people in groupings within organizations make up the organs of that thing. So we wind up at this place where it's like everything is quite, when you acknowledge the organic nature of these social organisms, it becomes very difficult to kind of like cleanly distinguish one thing from another. In the same way that like we doing anatomy, you know, doing dissection and anatomy, like we made the distinction between like arteries and veins and the heart, whereas like so far as, you know, a kind of materialist cold view of a body, like the circulatory system could maybe be called, you know, called one thing, but like there isn't any kind of like, there aren't attachment ports between between the heart and the most vital arteries. They are not like discrete in this way. So yeah, that's the broad sort of overview of like what I'm getting at with organ thought. I hope that was helpful and not just a bunch of sounds. Okay, we've got the Colosseum now. Got the Great Wall of China, that's good. Got 7 minutes left. I'm at 140 meters. Not great, not terrible. Let's get the Fantasy Castle. Oh, we're getting clouds, we're getting clouds, we're getting clouds. Here we go. This is the one. Yeah. Let's destroy the Houses of Parliament, utterly and completely in everything they represent. In a video game, everyone. In a video game, I said. In a video game, please. Let's destroy the Houses of Parliament and everything they represent. In a video game. You know, let's roll up and crush underneath the rolling orb the British government and all of the vile bureaucrats and technocrats and power-hungry politicians and careerists who have betrayed the people. In a video game, let's do that. Let's only in the video game do that. I think that's the, you know, it's really important that everyone understands. I'm just talking about Katamari right now. Okay. It's very important. Everyone understands. This is just about Katamari. Anyway. I hope someone blows up Kirstama with a rocket launcher. Lorcan says, Sophie making the most milquetoast possible political statement in Ireland. This is true, this is true. There is no one in Ireland who supports the British government. You're completely right. There is no one there who's trying to further the influence of the British. DJ Empirical says, have you talked about Metal Gear Solid much at all? Any mention of memes always brings me things that serious to mind. I have not played it, and I've been really meaning to for a long time because it seems like it was exactly the kind of thing that should be like super my jam. And I actually really enjoyed Death Stranding. There were parts of it I hated, but I generally really liked it. Oalada says, difference between organs in a body and the one in theory is that organs in theory belong in multiple systems, as my veins is just my body and not in somebody else's body, right? Yeah, I think also like I think if you try a long time and really meditate on it, and a lot of human spirituality is about exactly this, like coming to understand like soap bubble thin distinction between yourself and others and the rest of the world is productive to a politics of compassion and care. Just straight up. Yes, I'm rolling up NASA. Let's go. Okay. Oh, it's illegal to say you want to kill the president. Everyone should be aware that it's illegal, so that no one gets in trouble. I've been rewatching some classic Whitest Kids You Know bits recently. They just keep on coming up on my feed. Just a lot of fun. It is illegal, though. People should be aware. It is illegal to say you want to kill the president. Yeah, I think, like, it's really important to understand yourself, right? It's really important to understand what in your life has shaped you. But it's also, like, really vital for us to understand that people are not fundamentally different. Like, we are made of the same stuff in such a literal way. And that, like, an appreciation of that is one of the things that can make you the most, like, openly, I think, receptive to... Oh, floating island. Oh my god, I remember this bit. This is so cool. Fuck, yes! Okay. And there's Dip. Let's go get him. Cousin. Right. Oh, big guy. Big guy chasing me. If you get big enough on this level, you can also scoop up the King of all Cosmos, which I think is a... I don't know if there's like an achievement for it or anything. It's a PS2 game. Why can't I get these rainbows? That's a bit infuriating. But when I can, that will add a lot to my overall diameter, probably. Oh, I got Rayquaza. Poke fans in chat, sound off. We got Rayquaza. It's happened. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Imagine if the American Empire was trying to get Mewtwo instead of Osama bin Laden. That's a thought experiment for you to all enjoy. I have nothing to say about it. Truly nothing. Don't ask me. I just want you all to imagine it. What was I going to say? I can probably get that tower now, you know. Yep, ya boy. That's the splitting volcano that has a rocket inside. Yeah, there we go. I must be able to get some of these rainbows now, surely. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? There's a really fun level where you pick up clouds that I want to play as well. But I'm not going to play it now because we're going to play Pathologic. I've promised everyone, and it's going to happen. 46 seconds left. Use the dad boost, the little-known dad boost that you can use in this game. It's a very important technique. Basically, your dad helps you. Get King of all Cosmos to just give you a lift. I can get that island for sure. I think that from a certain psychedelic perspective, you can appreciate that people are defined as individuals by a soap bubble thin distinction between their inside, which is the same as everyone else, and the outside world, which is more of the same. And we are these tiny, tiny, fragile things that will not last long and can only exist with other people. So I think that's an important place to start from with a truly radical politics. Veltwind says, I've listened to a few interviews with Aaron Bastani. I don't know what to think of him, but I appreciate the meme of automated gay space communism. Yes, I think the meme there is useful. I think that Aaron is a complicated figure and a bit of a bellend. I want to just basically cheer on people who are successfully spreading any leftism, I sometimes question whether Novara is successfully spreading any leftism, given how much extremely reactionary shit they put out. But ultimately, like, there are people who will make it their life's mission to try and tear down Aaron Bastani or Novara. And, like, yeah. Alright, we have made a new biggest possible Katamari. I am going to go make a cup of tea. I will also just have a stretch and walk around a little bit, because we've been streaming for an hour and a half now, and I want to take care of myself. And I want you all to take care of yourselves too, so please also go and make some hot drinks if you want. Do something nice for yourself, settle in, before we begin the miserable game that's going to be Pathologic 3. It's going to be a really, really dire time. I'll be back in 10. I will do my best to keep my word about this. If people donate, I will see and I will feel obliged to hurry back to the stream. There's your incentive. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider subscribing or cheering or donating directly using Command Tip or supporting me on Patreon. I will see you all in 10 to the best of my ability. Bye! Alright, let's do it. Where do I need to go? To turn this down. Turn this down. There we go, there we go, there we go. Hey everyone, hello. Hello, welcome back. It's time for some more. Let's all do some more. We're going to play some Pathologic 3 now. How much do people here know about the game? This one specifically as opposed to just like Pathologic in general? I'd be curious to know. What are people's expectations? And yeah, hit me with all of your Pathologic takes as we progress because I'm curious and this is the place for it. All right, let's completely dim off our Funkamental Lo-Fi Sessions Volume 1 and 2 and get into the opposite of Funkamental. Obnoxious guy. Guy with a bachelor's degree. Guy who thinks he can cure death itself. My take is that, and maybe this is just because I've seen so much Artemi Daniel shipping, but my take is that he, the entire curing death is just a cover for Daniel Dankovsky wants to figure out how to cure himself of being homosexual. He's riddled with unnatural urges. That's why he walks like that. One thing I will say before we start that I found really, really funny is that there is a meter for your well-being that's entirely about your mental well-being, and it's got apathy on one end and mania on the other, and I love the idea that that's so incredibly fitting for like that's how Daniel Dankovsky understands like the world and his well-being in the world. Is just like I can either be manic or just not give a fuck about anyone whatsoever. One other thing I'll say about how different this is from Pathologic 2 is a lot less walking, which is a strange thing to do in a franchise that's kind of famously about spending a lot of time walking around. Yeah. Okay. And one more time before we begin. There'll be many more times. Please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. Here is Command Tip in chat. It helps me to pay my bills and afford nice things. Okay. Let's play some Pathologic 3. And do let me know how the sound is for everything.
I am Daniel Dankovsky, Bachelor of Medicine.
Why is this not showing up properly?
Death, the greatest
it's showing me that nothing is coming up. Oh no, everyone's missing one. Hang on a second. Sorry everyone. Why is everyone not seeing what's on screen?
But it cannot be denied that some phenomena might be found
the perfect time for my mouse to freeze.
Most remote parts of our country.
Chat, I'm so sorry. I'm completely beefing the start of this game right now.
That are yet to be explored by forward-thinking minds. People accept the supposed.
Okay. It's alright. I think I have a replacement battery.
Way too easily. We meekly follow our life's path to it, like cattle to the slaughter. But we shouldn't. My search for immortality has brought me rumors of one.
Alright, we're back. And I'm going to try and pause this. Oh, I can only skip it. Alright, I'll have to restart over again. Window capture. We've got 2 window captures. We'll use this one. Please show me Pathologic 3. Why is it having trouble with this? Okay, I'll just do display capture instead, because I can just show what's on the whole screen. The only problem with that is it's going to be too big, so I just scale that down a little bit. Alright, there'll be this like black border around everything, but that's just so that everything fits well on screen. Alright, this is now a spoiler because we need to go back and start again now. Kilala Kitty, thank you so much for cheering 100 bits. And you said, a bit of the old pathy in it. I'm American, could you tell? Thank you. Something people know about me, a known feature of Sophie, is I adore Americans doing British accents. It's one of my favourite accents to do. It's how Americans think that British people talk, innit, governor? All going for some pie. It really tickles me. Okay, let's try again. New profile, please.
I'm Daniil Dankovsky, Bachelor of Medicine. All my life
Okay,
I've been studying
and
death, the greatest boundary holding humanity
how is this
back.
sounding now, everyone?
The powers that be are frightened of
Cherry
my
Pits that says some heavy side chaining
My
on this
lab
audio.
in Capo was about to be closed. But it cannot be denied that some phenomena might be found only in the strangest, most remote parts of our country. Little towns that are yet to be explored by forward-thinking minds. People accept the supposed
Oh, I love
imminence of
cows.
death way too easily. We meekly follow our life's path to it, like cattle to the slaughter. But we shouldn't. My search for immortality has brought me rumors of one, Simon Kane, a supposedly immortal man, living in one such town. He might be
I may have
just
to
the
go find my
proof all
headphones if
theories
I'm
need.
going to hear this as well at the same time as
The
you're all
final
going to hear
patient.
this well.
I need to find him,
Yeah, I think that's the move.
or else all my life's work is doomed.
Okay, fixed it. Okay. Great, I can now hear him in my headphones, or hear the game in my headphones. So hopefully we can just carry on like this. And let's go. Press J to view the mind map. My thoughts, conclusions, deliberations. To see the events of a specific day, press its number on the circle. Well, we're on day 1. So what's interesting here is we have a directionality that's immediately different from how Artemi views the world. Daniel understands things as like there's this flow and it's leading to a specific conclusion. All right, Immortal Man, Simon Kane. We know about this fella. And barely stepped off the train and my stuff's been stolen. Dumbass. I say, a living, breathing person stepping off our train. Do you normally only get dead people? Where did you come from? The capital. Daniil Dankovsky, Bachelor of Medicine. I am told a supposedly immortal man, Simon Kane, lives here. I have come to study him. Right. Do you city folk always take 20 trunks of shirts with you? Or did you manage to cut down to 10, sir? So we learn from the other dialogue options here. Dankovsky could say, that's my equipment in there, it's and he's really mean about it. But I'm honestly, I don't enjoy being an asshole to people when I have Denkovsky options. So I'm just gonna try and be as nice as possible. So I know this is not the level of Denkovsky roleplay that some people will go into playing this, but like, I think we still learn something from trying to resist being Denkovsky, which is seeing like how inescapably a piece of shit he is, like how much it will not let you not do it. So, 8, though I had to sit on the last one. Where can I find a constable? Who do I talk to about recovering my stolen property? It's just kids being kids, no need to be mean on them. Okay, no, but this is funny. Should I thank them? Give them candy? Exactly. If you need your shirts so bad, why don't you go looking for the tots that ran away with them? Just ask them nicely. These kids are like magpies. They'll trade your precious linens for from the capital back in exchange for bits of coloured glass, or even just a story. But whatever you do, don't hurt them. Not shirts, instruments. But I get the idea. I like this line a lot. This was in the demo as well. Say, is the capital a real place? In a sense, of course, the capital is a myth, and that myth is the real capital, but the city does exist physically. Oki Deer says, be the Dankovsky you wish to see in the world. For real, Lamau, it's legit hard to do mean playthroughs. Lorcan saying, this is like the last time I played Disco Elysium. I tried to be a piece of shit, but halfway through I'd reverted to being nice. Yeah. The Canes came from the capital and made our town, but no other real people have come from there ever since. So I was thinking, perhaps Simon Kane simply made up the capital along with everything else. Right, sure, and I'm just an actor he hired. Whee! Okay, this is reasoning. I need to do some considering and stuff. So, my luggage. The street sweeper says no one here will help me find my missing items. Good. Get fucked. Follow the thieves' trail of ripped suitcases. Seems like a good plan. The most important thing is the microscope and the experimental prototype. Yes. Here we go. Let's have it. So there's a kid. Attentive gaze. Some objects can become useful. I can spot them easily if I concentrate. Yes, Dankovsky has a Batman Arkham City style detective vision in this game, and I love that. Disturbing thoughts. Some thoughts will affect your mental state. Also powerful. Just thinking about stuff. Gonna fuck you up. So there's our detective trail, and then here's a kid. Right. Porn. Hey, eyes on us. The thief's seen us. The thief. Mr. Thief, are you for real? Say something in thief speak. What do you mean, Mr. Thief? You're the ones who stolen my things. Yes, I passed up the game's first option to speak Latin. I'm very sorry to all the Fankovskis out there. You stole the train's heart, you did. Just ripped it out and stole it, and now it'll die without a heart. Many creatures in this world survive perfectly well without hearts. A train, I believe, would belong to the order Crassiclitellata, worms. They don't need hearts. Are you stupid, mister? Worms don't look like that at all. They have arms and legs and a forehead. One in his... and 2 hearts. One in his chest and one in his wife's. Worms don't have wives. You're not just a thief, but a dummy too. If worms don't have wives, then who does the dances? Who makes grass grow? You think it grows by itself? Ha ha ha. Listen, boy, enough jokes for today. I've come to this town with important business which I cannot conduct without my microscope and my prototype. Please return them to me. Hey, hold on. No need for all the begging and the politeness. What did I even do to you anyway? I didn't take nothing. It was all a jetchka. Bassini's back says, sadly, Dankovsky is not self-aware enough to spend hours pondering whether or not he is a member of the homosexual underground. Yes, again, this is my point. He needs a cure for something fundamental about the human condition that really bothers him. He feels this powerful urge. Volpix989 says, stupid Daniel, haven't you heard of loving someone if they were a worm? He should have, considering he is one. In the metaphorical sense, as opposed to the fun little guy from Pathologic sense. My microscope and prototype are precise, delicate instruments. If they break, they'll only be scrap metal and glass. They'll just die like the train. You don't want that, do you? I don't. Then tell me where Jeshka's taken them. Jeshka's taken the heart back to go fix the train. That way, to its face. Am I a snitch now, Mr. Thief? And then we meet with Dankovsky's perspective of the world. Who he sees being a snitch as a good thing, so he says you'd fit in at the academy, or he can say you've done everything right. Both ways round, he's the worst. Okay, I'll try and be reassuring by saying a snitch runs off to inform without being asked to. You're an honest witness. Which is still just makes me feel grimy, like, fuck Dankovsky. Okay, got a bunch of thoughts here, and they have affected my mental state, so looking at my luggage has made me less well. E to F to take all, there we go. Thank goodness. The controls in the demo were, specifically around inventory, like, quite janky. It was a bit distressing, so I'm glad they've made some changes. There's all this twire. The twire's in bloom, and I can't even interact with it because it's just not a part of his world. Okay, now I have some shit, and I'm going towards mania already, as you can see. What would help with that? Valerian extract, sedative. Sometimes Bachelor Dankovsky drinks the timeless classics. Okay. Addictive, less effective with every use. Yay! Hooray! Camphor, stimulant and rubefacient, causes irritation just like everything else in this damned place. Wow. I'm gonna use a sedative to get a little bit less manic. Which, substance abuse is also a core part of this game. I don't know if I mentioned that at any point so far. Oh, there's a bullet. Well, okay then. Oh, the running is really fast, by the way. This is something... The mania will be quite significant, and continue to be quite significant. I kind of don't want to spoil it. There's a very funny mechanic to do with mania and running that you'll encounter later. I wonder if just drinking some water calms him down at all. No, of course not. I'm talking about a 19th century a 19th century opium addict from the big city who's in the midst of trying to talk to locals in the countryside. Water will not calm him down. So I read that the kin language in Pathologic is heavily influenced by Mongolian, and and that like just takes a lot of words directly from Mongolian even. I've been kind of fascinated by that for a while since then, especially like the kind of like relationship between real peoples who live on the steppe and have had like a horse culture, And in this, like, it's all about bulls, or you know, also like bulls and bears, quite significant in different steppe cultures that engage in some form of animism. There was I was on a bit of a Wikipedia tear the other day and found it's in like discussion of prehistoric religion and spirituality, and it's archaeologists talking about the skull cult, which is like different theories for like why they've found animal skulls in ancient human settlements, and one of the popular theories is like some form of worship. But there are also like very old, still extant cultures, like older than most of like, you know, modern civilization or whatever, that do things like ritual sacrifice of some animals, where they'll like raise them within the village and give them like the nicest life possible, because they view them as being like partway ambassadors to the spirit world. And a lot of that was also just very like, yeah, I feel like Pathologic has been made by some people with a fairly complex understanding of cultures like this. All right. Your hands are shaking, you've got those crazy eyes. Uncle Rowan gets those eyes too. When he reaches for a second bottle, then the shakes, and then he picks fights. But don't even think about picking a fight with me. I've got a real knife, I do. What the hell are you babbling on about? Or This is an interesting mechanic here that we're being introduced to. Dankovsky is capable of some self-reflection. If the people who are talking to him clue him in that he is too manic, like visibly too manic, he can say, if I look like that Uncle Rowan of yours, that means I really do need to cool down first. Give me a moment, I'll take a breather. Frightening extremes. It's hard for me to talk to people when I'm too apathetic or manic. I'll need to stabilize my condition first. We go in the inventory, and nervous tension makes me quicker, and so we'll just have another one of... how do I do this? I'm just gonna hit use for now, but that's... Alright. And now I'm back in, hopefully, a relatively chill mood. Nah, it's quiet. It's dead already. What's happening here? Oh, okay. So this is now a dialogue option that's moving us around to talk to other people. Something that Pathologic 3 has done that's different to Pathologic 2 is, and 1 is, implementing like dialogue with groups of characters. There's also, for people who don't know, so I won't say just yet, there's a very interesting thing this game has done with dialogue that we'll hopefully see in not too long. A dead heart keeps beating for 40 days, that's what my mom says. It couldn't have been dead that long. Do it, tack it on. It won't fit in there, it just won't. Told you we should have stuck it in the belly, not the mouth. Life's in the belly, everyone knows that. Nope, a locomotive's life sits in the front, with the driver. That's where the fire is, so the heart should be too. That's what Boulder told me. What do you have there? Oh, it's my prototype. Looks like it's still intact. Be gone, vile snake. You killed the other trains, didn't you? It's 'cause of you they don't come to us no more. We were wondering, and we didn't know why they kept dying. We got a whole graveyard. They're all rusted up and they can't go anywhere. And it's all because of you. You stole the train's heart for yourself and carried it away in a suitcase, and now the train's all dead. If the train stopped coming a long time ago, it can't be my fault. I've never been here before, and I'm not very good at stealing hearts. That's true, never seen him here before. So he steals hearts from the future then? You steal hearts from the future, mister? You said yourself the train's heart is at the front. I rode in a carriage in the middle. How could I get to the heart then? Through the bowels, like all Menku do. You don't get to the heart through the bowels, my young friend. You'll hit a quite different body part first. Without it, the train stopped wailing, stopped moving too. That means it's dead. So this is its heart. Obvious, right? I don't know how to make you all understand my prototype has nothing to do with the train. Look, they're made of different metals. Well, you know, a man doesn't look very shiny on the outside either, and inside he's all red. No, he's right, the body has different layers, but all the meat is made of meat. That's what Grandpa Borak says. Look, my prototype is not the train's heart and certainly won't repair it, but it is an interesting thing in itself, so let's make a deal. You give it back, and I'll tell you how it works. Oki Deer says, I love wacky game mechanics like these. Yeah, I think, like, this is, I find it very rare in games for them to even try to make it so you can speak to different, to multiple different people in the same setting, and I think they've done a really interesting and cool thing with how they've implemented it. But there's more coming. There will be corpses in the tail, a whole pile of them. These corpses, were they stabbed or strangled? The kin must never cut, they only strangle, so if they were stabbed, kin didn't do it. Look here, let me take the prototype. I won't run away, I promise. To wind it up, you need to turn this handle clockwise. Alright. Patho 2 fans will immediately hear that we're in a plague-filled area.
What were you expecting? Huh? It's been years, and I still can't get enough of your idealism.
Platon. To prime it, hold this crank and turn it clockwise. Chief, hello? Oh, for crying out loud, your mind's flown away again. My mind and I are planted firmly on the ground. Prime the what now? This morgue is swimming in a gas leak from Lab 102. I heard the alarm. That's right, I pulled the alarm because of the chlorine from Lab 102. Anyway, the crank is stiff, so you'll have to turn it with some force. Platon, are you crazy? There's a gas leak. What did you call me in here for? We have to seal the morgue and evacuate quickly. No, Daniel. What we have to do is load the prototype you're fiddling with and use it to get into the morgue. A woman rose from the dead in there, and it will be, I think you'll agree, extremely frustrating if she dies again. We must get her out. Risen from the dead. I was collecting tissue samples to determine the onset of rigor mortis when I heard a noise. I turned around and, holy smokes! A woman was sitting up on the gurney, stiff as a poker, rasp in her throat. I started toward her, but then I smelled the gas and pulled the alarm lever. It wasn't a spontaneous resurrection. It couldn't be. These cases always turn out to be lethargy or catatonia or apnea. Okay, I like... through Daniel using overly medicalized words, what he's just said is that they get a bunch of people in the morgue who were just really sleepy or were experiencing some other kind of medical crisis that put them into like a catatonic state, or they or they were just having trouble breathing, and then they get really excited because they think that one of their corpses has come back to life, and then they're like, "Aww." All right. Yeah, let's just say that. That's fun. You forgot that time with the animatronic figure. Tellerman's wonderful joke for your birthday. I didn't forget it. I wiped it from my mental atlas. What should I do with this device? This prototype, I think you called it. I already told you, but fine, let's go over it again. You're holding an experimental prototype meant to dissipate tuberculosis miasma. Remember the consumption task force, Kaufman, Gorski, Anna Stein? Of course I remember. In the wake of Barzin, they were commissioned to make a device to dissipate miasma, but I believe it was meant for something other than tuberculosis. This magnificent gizmo disperses an aerosol disinfectant. First, you load the prototype. There's bottles of solution in the beige cabinet. Best set it on the table while you load it. You can't do it while you're holding it. I load it, then what? Next, you wind the prototype up. To prime it, hold this crank here and turn it clockwise. The crank is stiff, right? So I have to turn it with some force? How did you guess? And then I just release the contents into the gas? Correct. Wind up the crank, then release. The gas should dissipate, theoretically. Wind, release, dissipate. Repeat until you reach our resurrectee. Just remember the chlorine will keep coming. Just remember the chlorine will keep coming while our supply of solution is finite. So just try to be as efficient as possible, Chief. You know, I actually like the idea. A true thanatologist ought to step into death every now and then. All right. The longer I hold the crank, the stronger the effect. Okay. Need to spend fluid wisely. The morgue corridors is like a maze. 20 uses, okay. I need to get one of each of the kinds of stuff. Beige cabinets. Add the ingredients one by one into the setup and heat it up. Evaporate red. Okay. Should be enough for 20 uses. Cool. Before you can use it, you need to load it, go get them, go get the stuff. Oh god. Plague sounds set me on edge like nothing else. Like,
We're running terribly low on mice. And the mice themselves are a little feeble. Lacking in enthusiasm.
this guy's creepy as fuck. Alright, cool. I've got potentially 40 uses then. So I'll go back over here. I'll say load the prototype with not enough ingredients. Oh, I haven't put them in yet. Okay, sure. Okay, put one of each in there, and then I load it. Ugh. Famish Jet, welcome to the stream. Famish Jet says, I missed Katamari, but this is just as good. I'm glad you are happy with this. This was meant to be the main focus of the stream, but it didn't install for ages. And how do I... Oh, here we go. So, that loads it. And that's one use. Okay. Alright, let's battle with the plague. Such a telling thing as well, like all the differences between this and Pathologic 2. So striking that like Artemi talks with the plague and like has this like adversarial but almost like mutually respecting relationship to it. Like it occurs to, oh, what the fuck? So it's gonna regenerate, okay. He has this relationship to it that's like, I think there's a line about like the plague is also a living thing, right? Which sort of shows his like complicated relationship to it. There we go. Daniel has made a gizmo to blow it up. He's just got a gizmo. I think Daniel's also like a germaphobe or a hypochondriac or both. Are you death? You have death's eyes. I have the eyes of a man who's just walked through 40 meters of poisonous gas without protective goggles. At the end of the tunnel, there's a second tunnel. Don't speak, you'll inhale even more poison. Alright, that's the end of the memory. At the end of the tunnel, there's a second tunnel. What does that mean? It means that when you die, there's neither life nor death, but something else entirely. If trains were worms, they'd tunnel toward you underground. It's just nonsense. The woman was disoriented and hallucinating. I like the idea that there's something neither life nor death. It's option 1. Like a coin falling on its edge. Jackass. Or a Mobius strip. You shouldn't concern yourself with such things, though. Can I have my prototype back? Take it. It spins all boring, clockwise only. Grandpa Simon has clocks that spin every which way. That's really interesting. That's really super interesting. Besides, the train's already dead. Couldn't save it in time. Look, it's blowing its whistle, still smoking. That's as alive as it gets. I'm sick of this game. Go away. We're gonna play cat in an old hat. We still have time before the sun sets. What about my microscope? I'll trade you another tail for it. We didn't take your microscope. Oh. Where is it then? If the prototype is my right hand, the microscope is my left. I can't collect data without it. We don't know it. We just know we didn't take nothing else. Just the train's heart. Where is it then? If the prototype is my... Oh, it's the same option again. That's unfortunate. Guys, I got a release day bug. Sorry, Ice Pick Lodge. You've done that thing you do again. The dog's heads must have taken it. Khan and Notkin got a deal. All the war spoils get split down the middle. They don't care about hearts. Not in any of their many faces. Why would they need another one? What does your microscope do? Is it alive? A microscope is a kind of metallic pipe fitted with lenses. You use it to look at small objects. It makes them large and detailed. Catgirl Steph says, Jinkies, I can't data without my microscope. Oh, a kaleidoscope. To look at the colourful town. You can do it like Capella. A cappella? I'm not much of a singer. That's just a little joke for people who already know Capella. Neither is Capella. So as it stands, you pass my belongings along to some other gang, and I need to go to them to get my microscope back. Am I right? Khan must have given it to Capella as a gift. Are you stupid? She hates kaleidoscopes after what happened to that stained glass. No, Khan wouldn't have given it to her. If it's something that changes things when you look through it, he must have given it to Grandpa Simon. Grandpa Simon loves things like that. I love that. That's wonderful. If it's something that changes things when you look through it, he must have given it to Grandpa Simon. Grandpa Simon loves things like that. Khan wouldn't give it to anyone, not before he looks at it himself, or after either. But he's honest, even if he's wicked. He'd give it back to the owner. If you find him in town, he'll deal fair. Where can I find him? Well, if they brought your microkaleidoscope to the polyhedron, you won't see it again. No use looking there. Try the stairways to heaven. The dog heads like them. Think they look like the polyhedron. There's one right here in the moor. You know, after this conversation, with its Capellas, Khans, polyhedrons, I'm beginning to see the shape of the world you live in. It sounds complicated, but it can't be worse than human anatomy, can it? Haha. So I would say that, speaking of like organ thought as well, I'd say that another reason I like Pathologic so much is how much it focuses on like the organic nature of people's structures that they build together, and I think that's a really crucial part of what's great about it. Like, if people here have played Pathologic 2 and have seen the thing where you zoom all the way out and see that the whole map of the town is a bull, and just all the shit, like talking to the heart, everything. Yeah, it's just a very like, it's very tuned into the idea that like we create bigger like bodies together. Immortal Man, we've done that one. So no help at all. Got the prototype. What's the microscope? I know all those things. I don't need the mind map for that. Q is my focus button. Oh hell yeah! Let's go talk to a worm. Fuck yes. See you, Bassini's back. It's been lovely to have you here. Have a good night. Enibe Beshab. Okay, this is the funniest possible time to start using Latin. In response to the first time he hears the Kim language, Dankowski responds in Latin. Orbis mirabilium plenus est. Go away, Snake Man, you've got sharp heels. Some kids ran through here with my belongings. Did you see them? We gaze at the earth. Do not pull us away from the earth. Then I shall not presume to divert your attention any further. Lumpy Man, open mind map. I've heard of an elephant man. Is this the worm man then? I've only seen such poor disfigured creatures in an anatomical theatre. What a jackass. People are just different sometimes, Dankowski. Chill out. Alright, now we've got some dead people at the train tracks. I wonder who this could be. A precise cut, more akin to surgery than murder. Stabbed in the stomach, gutted just like my books. The body is still warm. Surprisingly for a man like this, he was sober. You what? Oh, a murderer. Okay. Jacob Sturck, Kirik, and what was his name? Bertrand, such a harmless fellow. He was never... such a harmless fellow he was. Never hurt a fly in his life, and the Ripper slashed him to ribbons like the rest of them anyway, the brute. We must give these unfortunate souls the proper burial they deserve, then find the Ripper and give him a burial befitting a beast. Kuleke, Kunud. Do not act rashly. Give Kirik to me. I'll pay you back, in kind, in herbs, in blood. I don't mean to alarm you, but you have holes in your dress the size of another dress. Someone has said this to me at the club before, I'm sure. She is being attributed as a daughter of Suok, which is really striking. In the kin cosmology, Suok the Ravenous Void is a sort of dark god that's part of the balance of the world. Changing all my social media usernames to Daughter of Suok right now. Okay. What happened here? The Ripper's come to town, the father killer, Borak. He was always a wild one, but then Mara Shabnak lay with him in the steppe and whispered things in his ear to make him water the earth with blood. As soon as he got off the train, he went on his murder spree. He killed Jacob Sturck, he killed Kirik, he killed the harmless Bertie. He's a monster. Mara Shabnak, who's that? A thing that comes from the steppe, a golem on feet of bone that takes the form of a young harlot, lays with someone, then eats their eyes to blind them to reality. So do you have her number, or do you know, where does she hang out? Do you know, what's she into, maybe? I feel normal, but I think I have COVID. People scoff at me for saying our land abounds with analytical minds. No, he's being a jackass there. I thought I had come alone, or almost alone, but I definitely don't recall a mad Ripper on the train with me. He arrived on the freight train, took the back door like a thief in the night. That freight train was bringing medicine, sweets, and coffins, so the Ripper must have hid away in a coffin, or else Shabnak would have torn him apart in the steppe. You just said that Shabnak copulated with him, but now he's hiding from her in a coffin. Only 2 sentences into this conversation, I already want to shoot myself. Is the only dialogue option I have here. I can't be normal here. Daniel Dankowski's personality is mandatory in this one. Boyante, hear me out. Blood of my Odur. Suok sings of a fierceness, a sharpness inside the one you call Kirik. Give his body to me. He is dead to you anyway. You will bury him and he will rot away until nothing is left. I will bury him and Suok will eat him and drink his savagery and his sting and sing an ubene dun, a herb song in gratitude. She'll give us twire and we'll brew lots of twirine. She will give us ashen swish, the harshest of the herbs. Be Kelenib. Ashen swish is a cruel herb, a bad herb. It thrives on blood and spite. Who up smoking that shit that thrives on blood and spite? Am I right? Who? I'm on that cruel herb pack. Shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm smoking the twire that Suok the Ravenous Void is sprouting. Shit ain't nothing to me. Yours is a burial into emptiness, but mine will be a burial into Suok's womb. I am at your feet, Hain Kunud. Good people, give me the one you call Kirik. Should we give her the body, maybe? He didn't seem to have any family, and without them in the picture, I guess it doesn't matter if we bury him or the kin do. Who knows? Who knows? Suppose we do get a great crop of twire. I was under the impression that who buries who actually matters quite a lot in traditional cultures. Yeah, let's say that. That's a positively good thing Daniel could say here. We smoke in symbiotes. We smoke in ancient Sumerian Zaza. That's right. That's the one. You know what's up. It's Dankowski flow. I like that these NPCs, these like truly NPCs. Like, they're NPCs, but they're also like, they don't have individual personalities. They've been labeled as pawns. I thought that was really stylistically strong. But they aren't just going to bury him. They'll desecrate him until even Shabnak can. Not even Shabnak can recognize what's left. That's what you're doing to do, isn't it? Isn't it, step girl? Say it, and don't you dare try to lie to us. I just think it's fitting with, like, again, Dankovsky's perspective on the whole world. We have yet another, like, overlaying rationalist metaphor. Like, in this iteration of the games, through Artemi's eyes, we've seen that this is all just a play. It's all just a game. The town is like a bull. The kin are like a bull together. Like, you know, they make up a body together, and their blood all flows into each other, and the earth are also, like, connected. Dankovsky is seeing people he feels are unimportant and calling them pawns. I promise there'll be no desecration. We will take his name so it holds his sharpness no longer, and we will lower him into Suok's womb. Everyone will forget him, forget the wicked murderer Kirik, and only Ashen Swish will remain. I knew there was a catch. Wicked or not, you can't just bury a person without their name. Everyone has the right to be remembered, if nothing else. But he really was a wicked man. The rare times someone remembers him at all, they never have anything good to say. Perhaps it's for the best if everyone forgets him. Quite like... Panze has joined chat. Hello, Panze. Nice to have you here. Saying, personally, I think Dankovsky is right about everything. It's a good one. I like the meta thing going on in the dialogue here. What an ethnographic goldmine you've got here. It's a shame I'm not an anthropologist. Like, yeah, they are just having a big exposition conversation. Let's hand over the body. I'd rather avoid a falling out with the kin. It will only lead to more trouble down the line. What do you think, stranger? You certainly look important. Maybe you have some brains to back it up. Once a person dies, their body is no more than a collection of molecules and tissues. Any opportunity to put it to some use is a stroke of fortune. Corpus non est templum. Corpus non est templum. Thank you, stranger, by Allah. Death came to this town today, such great death, the likes of which has never been seen before. Today will be a fearsome day, tomorrow even more so, and on the third day, fear itself will die. Without Ashen Swish, we will die too. I have to say, all these prophecies are making me uneasy. Alright. So, now we have... That's all resolved. He's got thoughts about the Ripper. The Shabnak, murder of step golem, guy's a woman. Like I've stepped out of time, not just travelled far from home. That's right, Dankovsky. Everyone in the city is so civilized. Everyone in the countryside is so backwards. The locals believe in a Shabnak murderous... Yeah, we've already seen this. So it'll sometimes have my thoughts projected onto the sides of stuff. Kind of fun. I know I'm always saying this, but... Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I'd really appreciate it. It's nice when I get paid for doing my job. These coffins are full of shoes. And that's bad grief.
Where there's cannon,
hey, it's bad
there's
grief.
crows.
Don't recall your name on the list. From a distance, they look just like coffins. What did? Just the coffins. I wouldn't believe there were so many. I thought I was dreaming. There can never be too many coffins. Quit trying to scare us. Better yet, have a look. We've got plenty of shops in town, but our warehouse keeper here can get it for you wholesale. Just look at these boots he snagged. Scarlet. They're pretty. Are they from the capital? From a coffin. A coffin's the best when you need a chest. A checkpoint guard wouldn't dare open it up out of respect. It's inhumane. Meanwhile, it's overflowing with 100 pairs of Scarlet Saffiano leather boots, tax and duty free. I didn't know Bad Grief was... I didn't know. He's got those Scarlet Saffiano leather boots. I didn't know. I've played the whole of Pathologic 2 through so many times, and I've talked to this man so many times, and I didn't know. Not that there's anything wrong with that. So you smuggle contraband in coffins. You're a tax inspector. I can't imagine a duller job. Keep your nose out of other people's coffins, then. Once someone goes in, who knows what happens? Maybe they never died. Maybe they never existed at all. Oof. After what I've just said, I feel absolutely compelled to make Denkovsky say, do what you want, but these boots are no Saffiano leather. Oh, Christ. Alright, we are now automatically jumping over to... Oh, I've just noticed my makeup's uneven. I think I had, like, this eye was watering earlier, and I've lost a bunch of my wing. Right. We are now... Oh, material world. Mind is affected by interactions with specific objects. Easy to spot view. Yeah, I know about focus. So we're by the nutshell, I guess? And we're in a playground. Okay, alright. This is the thing I was going to tell you about earlier. You can charge up Daniel's... You can charge up Daniel's mania by doing things like kicking a bin.
The town dribbles.
And it's just the idea of this guy with everything you know about him, just like you see him going like, I need to get madder so I can run faster, and he just walks up to a public bin and just starts kicking it. Oh, Christ. Anyway, right, let's presumably go down here. Okay, and now we've got... Oh, this is gorgeous. A whole bunch of, like, ceremonial stuff going on at the moment. Bua, my good little bull, blunt-mouthed, broad-browed, please forgive us. You're silly, Urshe, and you always have been. He's returning to Boss Turok, to Bodo. We're leading him into the bosom of his mother and father. Why are you asking him for forgiveness? Because Boss Turok is dead, Aina. His little bull's whole life he didn't know that the most beautiful creature, the immortal Boss Turok, was waiting for him. And now that he knows, Boss Turok is dead. Buha will find his father's silent corpse. How can we not pity him? Who died? Boss Turok, the father of all Katanga, people and bulls. We ask Suok to bring him back. Lorcan saying, Daniel is an always sunny character. Extremely real. Extremely real. You're the silly one, Aina. Suok didn't eat Boss Turok. How could she? He's bigger than her, stronger than her. The immortal can't be killed. He chooses death himself. We ask Boss Turok to change his mind and come back to us. That's very cute. Come back to us, his children. I will not have Daniel talk about lobsters. I'm not doing it. I can't commit to this. I guess. Is Boss Turok some kind of mythical creature? What happened exactly? Boss Turok is the father of all Katang. I already had this. We Herbreads walk barefoot so we can always hear his heart. Tonight it stopped beating. His children are afraid without their father, so we ask him to respond, but I feel he has died. A fang or a claw was thrust into him. I feel the wound bleeding. Rust has soaked into him. I feel the rot squelching underfoot. Quiet, both of you. You know nothing. Boss Torok can die only from gloom. We will cheer him up, feed him, and show him our joy. We will bring the last aurochs to his bosom. Then he will remember us and return to us. Clearly your boss Torok is a mythologem, but it must have some basis. I wonder what. Daniel's gonna shit himself inside out when the giant bulls just show up. So the secret to immortality was just to smile and put aside sorrow. I really hope Daniel can actually internalize this lesson if I select this. Joy is life, Kari-kun. Laugh at funerals. Dance when it hurts. Death is a second name for sorrow. Mother Bodo is a blind, loving mother, the warmth of the earth. But Boss Torok not only bore us, he watched over us. We lived under his watch. Now the town is without a beholder. Azagala-kun. We're all blind worms now. Muga, bad. A worm is a worm. A human is a human. A human is meant to see, to build. Look around, beholder. What do you see? You said the beholder is Boss Torok. Who am I to contend with him? Any gaze might turn out to be Boss Torok's gaze. These things can't be foreseen. You haven't looked so closely. Go further. See our celebration. Look at the last aurochs. What do you see in all this? Tell Guga afterwards. How could I forget Guga? Sure. I'm still moving disconcertingly fast. Okay. No, she's not. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, I've had a flash through time. That was a bit strong. Fucking hell. Immediately, this game is a lot more beautiful than Pathologic 2. They've put a lot into some things being like just really good to look at. Which is an interesting approach to a Pathologic game, right? Like, that's a notoriously miserable experiences, Pathologic games, and this has decided to go, yeah, let's make it pretty. Like, some things in Pathologic 2 were pretty, but I think that your initial impression of the town on day one was, this sucks, everyone's trying to kill me. My eyes touch you, beholder. That's plausible. That's plausible anatomically speaking, but psychologically, that will traumatize me for the next decade. Good, get fucked. What did you see, beholder? Why are you calling me that, beholder? I saw rotten plague miasma spreading from a carcass and a sanitation squad burning it with fire. Yeah, go on. That was tomorrow. That will be yesterday. Were those anxiety-induced visions of a terrible future? Perhaps. Thank you for your vision, beholder. You see more widely than others. We will remember this. Litere non dant panem sed aperient mundum. Fuck off. It's just like giving the player the choice to respond in words they don't understand, that like the character he's speaking to will also not understand, because he's just an asshole. He's just a pretentious loser. If you see something else unexpected, don't be afraid. It's just the eyes adjusting to our current place in time. Keep moving forward. I haven't even done anything yet, but I'm already helping. What a stand-up guy I turned out to be. Sure, man. Sure. So we go this way, and there's. Oh fucking hell! What the fuck? Okay. I just got in a lot of trouble very fast. That's the sedative. I definitely had one that was like, oh, this is plus health. Yeah, I guess I should use that now then. Fuck. Oh, Christ. Yo, that's not good, is it? Oh. 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 Oh, hang on, wait. No, she's drawing the stairway to heaven. She is actually drawing this. Okay, that's really fun. That's really, really fun. Can I leave? Okay. So as to not walk through the crowd of infected people. Oh, hello. It's that one and that one. And this guy. Hello.
It is canny to conceal that one is uncanny.
Ah, there you are, finally. I thought you'd forgotten our agreement. I hope you're ready. Have you memorized your lines? Okay, this is great. Of course I did. I always have 2 or 3 lines ready in my mind, and I choose one before responding. I take no joy in seeing another player who likes to improvise. Your charge is but ready... Hang on. I take no joy in seeing another player? Is that how this should be read? Who likes to improvise. Your charge is but to read your lines and not invent them. Wait, is this really the guy? Looks about the same, but the outfit's all wrong. Did our guy wear a coat? This costume is more suited to an antagonist. And this is where we had the option I was alluding to earlier. I can say, I'm more of an anti-hero than an antagonist. I presume you know the difference. That makes you an ideal candidate for our anti-production. I am Mark Immortel, director of the local theatre. And you are? Daniel Lankowski, doctor, just arrived from the capital. Magnifico! You see, the actor we've been waiting an eternity for has decided to sabotage the rehearsal. You would do us a massive, titanic favour by replacing him, even if just for a little while. Should I say... I'm gonna say I don't have time for this, not to be mean, just to like, you know, that seems like Daniel's response. A shame, truly. Our troupe has just lost our primo uomo. The lead exits the stage, and we must carry on without him. Rideau. I say again, he is no leading man. He is unfit to even play a villain. At best, a background player, a body, standing there to fill the stage. It is the step healer's son who ought to take the role, or that young girl who crawled out of her grave. They have such pathos and such verve. What does this one have? A coat. I've had enough of your jabs. Good day, sir. So I can get set on fire in my visions of the future. That's unfortunate. Okay. Seems the natives solve their problems through smoking. Good lord. Feltwin saying, I love the flash forwards. Yeah, it's really, I think the almost jump scare of it is very affecting. If you could travel through time, would you go to the future or the past? A future so distant that not even someone with my vivid imagination could fathom it. Grandpa Simon used to say that days are like hopscotch. Usually they go one after another, but sometimes there's 2 side by side, and sometimes you have to jump backwards. Does Simon Kane know many games? He's the only grown-up who gets games. Everyone thinks they're just silly things for kids, just running around or scoring a point, but Grandpa Simon knows how games should be. I bet he could even enter the polyhedron. Whatever that thing is, I've been told that I'll never. Whatever that thing is, I've been told I'll never see inside it. My place is with earthly matters, apparently. Answer me. Did you steal my microscope? I did, yeah, but I gave it to Phil. He's over there, on the stairway. Do you mind if I go up? Sure, but if it fails, I won't be the one nursing. But if it falls, I won't be the one nursing you back to health. Medicae curati ipsum. Yeah, go on then. Why not? The true horror is being stuck in Dankovsky's head, says Valerie Valkyrie. Absolutely, it's a very much horrible experience. This is the wrong way, so I'm now just curious if I can make another. God, it's so weird exploring the same set as Dankovsky instead of Artemi. Like it's the same town, it's the same shapes, but it's all wrong. Because like you can't pick up the flowers, and you literally can't stop and smell the flowers. You are literally unable to to appreciate natural beauty as Dankovsky. Daniel gets a little Latin as a treat. Yes, I'm rewarding him for being slightly less nasty. Well, that's a microscope. Their faces are gloomy. They're wearing masks, man. What are you on about? Oh, I don't like this. Fucking hell. Okay. That spooked me out quite bad. Not enjoying that look. Okay. Well, what is it? Can you see the future? Let me look too. Gimme. Wait your turn, Pipsqueak. Just let me take one look and then I'll give it back. Ew, there's a bunch of bugs and little hairs. Doesn't look like much of a future. Why are you using your dog's eye to look? You're not an animal, you know. But an animal might see further, though. Need some help, kids? I can teach you how to use this thing. Here, let me show you. Oh, it's you. Hey, your thingamajig's busted. It doesn't show anything. Just some bugs and weird little hairs. Maybe that is the future? Like in many, many years? Nothing will remain of us on Earth but bugs and hair. It's very sad if you think about it. What makes you think it shows the future? See all these different glass pieces inside? Glass like this shows the future when you look through it. Everyone knows that. Grandpa Simon loved making all sorts of things with glass. I've only seen thingamajigs like this at his place. Why did you steal from Grandpa Simon, you bastard? That's why we stole it back from you. It's called justice. You know Simon Kane? I've come here to see him. What? You don't know, mister? He doesn't know. Spit it out, you monster. Where did you get this thingamajig from? What did you do to Simon? It was you, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I was on my way to go visit Simon, and I'd already be there if it weren't for you. Please give me back back the microscope. It's a very delicate instrument. Give it back, give it back. Will you stop whining? Day one, Daniel just getting bullied by a bunch of kids is actually a delightful beginning to all of this. If you want it back so bad, what do you give us for it? Just give him back the thingamajig and let him go on his merry way. It's broken anyhow. Can't see the future at all. No. Grandpa Simon taught us what doesn't take effort doesn't deserve effort. If we just give him back the thingamajig, there's no effort in that. I have a pocket watch and a chain, and it definitely shows the future. Let's make a deal. Come on, let's see it. Oh, nice. How does it show the future? With this, you will always know what time it is. So you will always know what time it will be in an hour or 2 or even 3, which means you know the future. Boring. Oh, you're clever, mister. Alright, give us your watch. Daniel getting mugged by children on his first day. Okay. Let's trade. Yay! Put it on the slot and swap them. Okay, sure. So I put this on there, and I put this on there, and I E to trade. And now we've traded. Okay. This is the first time. No, the morgue. Okay. Oh! You can see the tops of buildings. This is the first time, except for the morgue, which is a morgue, where Pathologic has let us see anywhere outside the town at all. So having stuff set in the capital, very striking, I think. Joe, what butterflies are this? Identify butterfly, please. Oh, there's like 4 of them actually. Okay.
It's not love of living
Seraphima.
that drives us to overcome death.
Their expressions have gotten a lot more compelling, I think. Please hold on a little longer. Even after the inhalation therapy, the swelling won't go down immediately. Chief, finally, where have you been? The woman you rescued from the morgue is conscious, but she might not stay that way. She's still very weak. What's the hurry? Step aside with me for a moment, Chief. I checked the morgue's records. A body matching her description was declared dead last night. Could be a coroner's oversight or a bureaucratic error. People make mistakes all the time. This doesn't prove anything. I'm not claiming it does, but imagine for a second. No, let's stick to the facts. I spoke to the orderly on duty last night. He also confirms that our subject showed no signs of life, and Platon himself was there when she woke up. Our subject? Slow down, Seraphima. We don't yet have proof that she meets Thanatica's criteria. We can't miss this opportunity. Unfortunately, the subject is having trouble speaking. All that time in the gas has weakened her voice. I've rinsed her mucous membranes and performed inhalation therapy, but you understand, I can't conduct an extensive interview. Shame. A first-hand account could point us in the right direction, but there's always physical examination or taking a sample. Or an examination of her personal belongings. She came into the morgue with some items, though I haven't had a chance to go through them myself. I left them on the table by the back entrance. Will you take a look, Chief? Perhaps there's a clue. Ma'am, would you allow us to examine your things? Cough, cough, oh, cough, K. Hello, do you remember me? I'm Bachelor of Medicine Daniel Dankovsky, head of the Thanatica laboratory. Last night, I saved you from the sight of a serious gas leak. Cough, cough. Just a bachelor's degree. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Why isn't a professor in charge of Thanatica? Alright. The man with death's eyes. I'm just a researcher into the problem of human mortality. I died, tunnel after tunnel. Please remain calm. Before we can be sure of anything, I need to examine you. Allow me to take a blood sample, or just a moment, I'm going to look at your belongings first. Okay, it's going to be, I can do these in any order, basically. Valkyrie says, are the pupils changing size? I haven't seen that so far, but now I am looking at her eyes. God damn. She's been smoking that ash and swish. Shit ain't nothing to me, man. Alright, I'm gonna look at her stuff first. Let's go look at the stuff. So butterflies are relevant to their anti-death research for some reason. Joe, identify these! Joe! Tell me what everything is! For those unaware, one of my best friends, Joe, is in the chat and is a biochemist. How is everyone finding Pathologic 3 so far? What do we think of it? What's people's thoughts? User Rehabilitate says, whoa, wrong channel, bye. Yeah. Bye. I'm just gonna ban them as well. Someone, like, why would you feel the need to drop a message like that and then not even go the whole hog and call me a slur? Come on. Joe says, those appear to be DNA nucleotides. No, I'm full of shit, says Joe. That's on the record for everyone. Joanne. Official quote. Video Pheasant says, scared of complex hydrocarbons. Yes, that's actually what it was. Took one look at the stream and they were like, no, fuck this. This is a bad time. Amino acids, I think. Okay. Well, let's... Oh, there's a butterfly here. It's not moving, though. Let's concentrate are Lazarus's personal effects from the morgue. As yet unnamed, welcome to the chat. I haven't seen you in here before. Or, no, I haven't seen you in a minute. I have seen you before. Says, are the hydros even correct? What does that mean? I, to be clear, know absolutely nothing about biology or chemistry, so... Yeah, what do people think of the game so far? I know we're not super far into it. We're still in the, like, layered tutorials like they had in the previous game and, like, preceding Dream Quest shit. Morphine and tourniquet. Papers, official looking. 2 rings, obviously a pair. One would be too big for her. As yet unnamed says, is chemistry the reaction chain correct? Also genuinely impressed you remember me. I think you've chatted since my hiatus as well, but I have a fairly good memory of people who chatted regularly before I took my stream hiatus, so nice to have you back. Welcome. Jilted fiance, unrequited love, husband left and took off the wedding ring. I mean, it's not any of these, is it? It's probably he died. Morphine tourniquet. Not a bouquet, looks medicinal. Consulted a wise woman instead of a doctor. Folk remedies. Basically amounts to the same stuff. Papers. Consent form for experimental treatment at our institute. Alright, cool. Alright, let's go take a blood sample. Chat, I'm probably going to be alive for only about 1 more hour at most, so I'm going to repeat again, please support the stream. I need money to live and don't have lots of money, so any amount people can donate is really super welcome. There are like 40 people watching at the moment, so if everyone just donated a quid, that would actually make my day. Okay. Breathing is a bit easier now, but talking is still difficult. Cough. I hope your blood test will tell us something. Okay, microscope. Here we go. A disease affects various bodily systems. The microscope helps identify which organ is affected. I remember now from playing the demo, the microscope like mini game mechanic is very fun, and I'm quite into it. Tissue samples are placed on glass slides. An assistant ensures that slides are sufficiently supplied. Okay, let's take a sample from the heart. Okay, gotcha. And now we go to the microscope. That's a really pretty microscope. I'm putting this on there and having a look. So I use W and S to change focus level and the mouse scroll wheel to adjust the focus. Oh yeah, no, I know. Okay, cool. So I need to look through these for the red. Oh, hello. And then when that shows up, presumably it's analyzing them because they're a sharp focus. Nice. I think that's really fun. Maybe it's just because I'm a big stargazing nerd and I love using my telescope, and that's like, it's like kind of familiar in that way. I think I've now looked at that, so I need to examine the patient. Okay, so pale and gaunt, looks exhausted. No wonder her blood sample points to leukemia. Bruising, redness, rough infection. Seems like she had an allergic reaction. She signed a consent form for experimental treatment at the institute. Okay. What are we doing here? Use right click to rotate the camera. That's not working. Okay. Oh, I see. Or do I see? Oh shit, she's got a massive sword there. Okay. Skin is seriously damaged. I suspect it's due to her contact with the gas, likely the same for her red eyes and mucosal burns. Okay. And I can zoom out a bit. And as for changing to the next thing, what do I do? Oh, I can change over here. I just click it. Seriously damaged. Contact with gas, mucosal burns. That's fine. Arms. Bruising from repeated injections. The consequences of attempted resurrection. Morphine? She did have some with her. And arms reverse. Okay. Skin here is seriously damaged. Exactly the same thing again. Okay, legs reverse. Oh, she's got a bumpy thing there. Okay, that's just more of the same thing. Okay, that's fine. She does have one really noticeable lump though. Anyway. So, rest and I'll take another look at the things you had with you when you arrived at the morgue. One last logical avenue remains. She had taken too many downers and she was comatose and then she came back to. Together with the experimentation and tests, the picture is more or less complete. A miraculously resurrected woman has late-stage leukemia and injection marks on her body. Apparent death. Reaction to experimental drug? Lab got scared, didn't sort it out? Weakened system couldn't handle heavy dose of medication? Suicide attempt, unrequited love. Morphine overdose, addicted from palliative treatment for pain. Colleagues thought she was beyond saving. Oh, so I have to pick one now. These do not agree. Seraphim awaits and our subject needs rest. Time to come up with a diagnosis, even if it's preliminary. Alright then, let's give it a go.
I'll follow you through hell, but not high water. If it gets to high water, that's on you.
That's such a great line. I'll follow you through hell, but not high water. So, Chief, have you shed any light on the case? I'm loath to jump to conclusions, but could Thanatica have discovered some genuine phenomena? Okay. So you think it was a mistake? The subject ended up in the morgue due to negligence. She wasn't actually dead yet, and by coincidence an unaccounted for factor revived her. I'm afraid so, I admit. I admit I was hopeful as well, but no, once again, no breakthrough for Thanatica. So does that mean she wasn't dead after all? Lost Croissant just followed. That's a great username. The woman who supposedly came back to life, alas. Then what's your microscope even for? It doesn't show the future, doesn't raise the dead, just a toy really. Sometimes I ask myself the same question. Alright, if we can't see the future in that glass, then we're off. We've got important things to do after all. As do I. I'll leave my things at temporary lodgings, then head to the Crucible to see Simon. Which, you'd think that given these kids do know Simon is dead.
Why are you drowning me in details, Bachelor? Street kids stealing your microscope is an amusing anecdote.
What?
But it's not the crime we sat down to discuss.
What the fuck? Okay. Okay, things are getting fucking weird now. It's the inspector. Now we've got a green document. Inspector of the Special Committee. He was sent to investigate the case of my criminal negligence. Supposedly, I didn't save a town in the east of our country where a plague broke out. I didn't even try, apparently. He's luring me into a trap. His folder is full of intentionally false data. He's not interested in the truth, but rather in the downfall of Bachelor Dankovsky. Oh fuck. He is my enemy.
Please don't confuse inspection and inquisition. Inspection and investigation. Investigation and the secret police.
Thank you so much. The system known as Yokel has tipped £33.82, 1 cent short. Who knows? If anyone else does donate, since we would tip over 150, then I would be open to if someone else donated and wants me to play Katamari, I would change back. But the plan for this was to do the Pathologic 3 stream. I'll need to maybe update the text every week to a new goal. I think that's probably the best move. Okay. Why are you drowning me in details, Bachelor? Street kids stealing your microscope is an amusing anecdote, but it's not the crime we sat down to discuss 2 hours ago. 2 hours and 15 minutes ago, to be exact. Focus. I'm only interested in what's important. But you asked me what I was doing in the town. And you've recounted every step. What's next? How you chopped carrots for soup or knocked mud off your boots? When I asked for precision, I didn't mean an exhaustive recounting of your little finger's every twitch. I just wanted to recount everything in order from beginning to end. It's okay, he's just a... The reason Daniel is like this is he's neurodivergent and a minor. We have to forgive him his every trespass. Valkyrie has tipped £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We've hit today's or this week's stream goal. That's really lovely. I would not be at all upset by more donations though if people want to keep on tipping. As small, as little as you have to spare, I really appreciate. As I've said before, we've got like 40 people watching and a quid from everyone. It adds up. So please do tip if you're enjoying the stream. Thank you again, Valerie. That's really lovely of you. The beginning doesn't interest me. My concern is the ending, the result, the finale. As for your backstory, your genesis, all of that is in the case file. Shall we review it? Yes, please. I'm quite curious as to what it contains. Let's see. Where was I? Ah, yes, the ministerial inspection of your lab, Thanatica, began in early September. Your presence was required at all times. Instead, you dashed off across the country to a backwater town to bring back what might be described as a person with unique longevity, or at the very least, the results of his medical evaluation. Let's set your fantasies aside for a moment. The important part is that you fled from the investigation, and this town had an outbreak of some fever the scientific community had no knowledge of. As luck would have it, you were the only medical professional on site. Accurate so far? I didn't flee. Proof of human immortality was the only chance to save Thanatica. On the third day, the town's leaders gathered in the town hall to form an emergency command to fight the epidemic. And what was Daniel Dankovsky, who was, I repeat, the only qualified specialist in town, doing that day? What's that? Your lip is trembling. Did I unsettle you? My shame isn't your concern. You're right to feel ashamed. Instead of fulfilling your Hippocratic oath and leading the fight against the plague, you were engaged in... What? Come on. Don't look at the table. My eyes are up here. I know where you're going with this, Inspector. It says I tried to flee the town. Yay! On the fourth day, the town lost its water supply. They required a hospital, but the one person who could set it up, what was he doing? Tell me again, Dankovsky. Where did you spend the fourth and fifth days? In a jail cell. That's what your papers say, right? This is too funny. The real fan service is writing a character who's an awful stinky man who sucks, and then having another character come in whose entire role is to judge them. This is the Death Note theory of how to construct a narrative. Come the evening of the fourth day, the doctor from the capital attempted to flee the dying town on a cargo train like a rat. He was caught and jailed, and there he remained as the plague ravaged the town. I admit, I find even the act of reading about it repugnant. I won't lie, I considered escape. Escape, not flight. Thanatica was in the process of being destroyed back in the capital. You considered escape to avoid facing a painful truth. As yet unnamed says, is this actually what happened during the previous installments? So some of these details are true to what you did or could do in the Bachelor playthrough in 1, or things you observe about him from Artemi's perspective. But some of these things are showing that they've I'm saying this knowing that there's going to be other stuff they talk about. Some of this stuff is like meant to be confusing or extreme and show you that like the playthrough that we're entering in on is fucked and needs some kind of intervention. Like the idea here is that we're reading about the worst possible playthrough, and Daniel is going to try to basically argue with time itself to reset the clock. And go and do a better playthrough. That's the idea. Cup Goody, welcome to the chat. It's nice to have you here. Cup Goody says, how are you liking the game so far? Sorry, wait, is that an I or an L? Cup Goodle. Welcome to the chat. Nice to have you here. I'm enjoying it. It's pretty good. Been chatting with we've been chatting about the differences with previous games and how things are shaping out. I really enjoyed the introduction of the Inspector as a 50-foot tall spectre over the town just now. When I came to town, I found that Simon Kane, the immortal man on whom I pinned all my hopes, was dead. And now this is the really interesting thing that the game is introducing. We step out of the Bachelor and see him from the outside in conversations a bunch in this game. I think this is an absolutely fascinating choice that like they use to tremendous effect throughout this. So now he's just said the thing we've just chosen for him to say. When I came to town, I found that Simon Kane, the immortal man on whom I pinned all my hopes, was dead. He died under mysterious circumstances a few hours before my arrival. And now we're the Inspector. Who are you fooling? Immortals don't exist. From the beginning, you knew as well as I did that Simon Kane was a fiction, a false hope to cling to. Oh my goodness, Cup Goodle says, I'm really glad I voiced the Inspector, so seeing him gigantic was an awesome surprise. No way! You voiced the Inspector? That's really exciting. I think if it's a very good voice for what it's worth. Simon Kane's nature, the mystery of his immortality and death, that's the most important thing that happened in this little town. And to me, but I can't just relay it to you. To understand, one must immerse themselves in the details, take in the full picture. And I'd like to say, As Yet Unnamed says, you do the back and forth of the dialogue, shocked face. Yeah, it's. I think this is really, really cool, like making you understand more of the characters, like, you know, again, like it's a play, by making you play them, like, you know, and also like having that happen when it's the game where you're playing as the extremely unlikable and unsympathetic protagonist Dankovsky is really fun. Simon Kane's death is the primary concern, not the deaths of tens of thousands, but one fantastical old man. Oh my, Bachelor, oh my. No, you're twisting it. You're rewriting the past. Where did I lie exactly? Point it out. Everywhere. About the emergency command, the escape, the hospital. The only thing you got right was the reason I came to town in the first place. I like his sticky out ears. I think that's a really fun character design. It just makes him kind of cute. He's got the vibe of like I don't know if I've talked about this on stream before. I had a disastrous teacher who was like a gym teacher who'd had to be pulled in to teach IT in my school because they had a massive shortage due to various just a absolute like cascade of crises hitting the department all at once. They were out of ICT teachers, and they had this guy who was actually just a PE teacher, and he looked really unnatural in a suit because he just clearly was not his vibe, and so he looked quite like he was wearing his dad's suit. And I think the inspector kind of gives that vibe a little bit. Then tell me your version of events. How did it all happen? No tricks. Leave aside your stories of children and microscopes. I'm tired of repeating myself. I'm interested in the ending, not the beginning. Do you also read books backwards? You will recount everything in whatever order I tell you to. On the 6th day, the plague destroyed the town. So if you would be so kind, explain to me, what were you doing on the 5th day? Were you really so indifferent to the plights of the people around you? The 5th day. Let me think. Cupgoodle says, look at this guy's sneer, so smug. Yeah, I was just saying earlier, like, the dynamic between Dankovsky and the inspector, it's just a lot of fun having a central framing device to the game that is a conversation between two guys who both suck. And that's the thing. Okay, so we've now switched into day 5, and very obviously everything's fucked. And that's Pathologic 3. Okay, what an intro. Holy shit. I'm so excited about this game. I might have to split time between Liberal Slop streams and Pathologic streams for a little bit to play some more of this, because I fucking love Pathologic. Oh, he's in jail. The ticking is really good. That was really, really good. I like that a lot. Day 5, in which the Bachelor will grab the only remaining thread that may lead to Simon Kane. The end of the beginning. Mind map. Right. I'm never leaving this place. They trapped me in this bloody town. Now I'm trapped in a jail cell. Day 4, day 3, day 2, day 1. Okay, we've not got... It's not automatically filled in a recollection of the other days. Simply locked. Place has an entrance but no exit. A grave. This triple accursed town is sapping your resolve by the minute. Legs barely stir. Is it the local herbs blooming, or have you finally cracked Dankovsky? Will it be like this always? He's been in this cell 5 minutes. Okay. I can combat apathy. Splash your face with cold water. In mania, you're sharp and fierce. But you won't succumb to tranquility. Harmful side effects? What harmful side effects? Hey, you there, let me out already. Mania and apathy. Apathy and indifference are constantly rising. Dankovsky, so Dankovsky tip here. Apathy and indifference are constantly rising. To move faster, fight apathy by increasing mania. Alright. Oh, I'm out. I'm simply fine. It's Capella! Hooray! Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. And I need money. I need money to live, because it's the nature of society, unfortunately. Daughter of Fat Vlad Olgemsky, local magnate to the master of the town's industry, blood of his blood. Local kids named her Capella for her ability to point out the celestial map in the night sky. Capella is a very high up one. It's probably circumpolar? I heard she holds some inexplicable power over the town, but I dismissed it. That was a mistake.
Who can tally the number of drops in the sea? Who can tally the number of tears in this grave?
Wow. Out, living soul. You kept me caged like a dog all night, and now you acknowledge I have a soul. Who are you? I am a mistress. Well, a future mistress. But I think you'll agree that future and past are relative concepts. I'm not even sure what day it is. Or which jail you're in. You've lost your way. I'm not sure how, but I can sense it. It is the mistress's gift, so I came here to find you. Well, thank you. Now what? Are you alright? How are you feeling? I don't have the plague, if that's what you mean. I can see that. You can step out of that cage. Just like that. Just like that. When you go up the stairs, you'll understand why. But first, I need you to know one more thing. I need to know one more thing. Why did you come to our town? I researched the nature of death. I was told you have an immortal man among you, Simon Kane. But when I got here, he was dead. So what are you going to do now? Don't have a lot of options, do I? I'll look into what he left behind, first thing. The phenomenon itself is gone, but there are still witnesses to his longevity. Explaining it is paramount. You know, Bachelor, my father envied Simon, and Maria Kaina will always be my enemy, so there's no love lost between our families. And yet I must help you. I don't want to, I must. Otherwise the town will suffer. That's why I came here early and waited 4 hours until you decided to wake up. You could have knocked on the door yourself. I know where to find the last person who saw Simon alive. His name is Stark Rubin. Here we go. I've heard about him. He's a colleague of mine. One of few. Around here. Or one of few around here. You haven't just heard about him. You've worked with him. Or you will. I'm not quite sure. I'm not so sure of anything anymore. He's a doctor. He has a hideout in the warehouses. Look for him there. A hideout? Sure. Clear sign of an honest man. But you won't be able to go there right now. While I was waiting for you, something bad happened. Something bad? When you go up those steps, you'll see. Mother said that a true mistress stands out by her timing. And here I am. Right place, but too late. Maybe I'll never become a true mistress. What's up there, anyway? I'm really enjoying them giving us the story, the days that we know there are. How can I not close it? That's strange. I'm really enjoying them giving us the story in, like, not straightforwardly. It feels a little bit like if they just dropped us in on day one, they kind of expect that, we would just make better decisions than Dankovsky would. So, like, they have to drop us in the middle of, like, this is what Dankovsky has done, and now you need to try and correct from there. Sabarov.
I do
Top cop.
have an heir. Our town.
Dankovsky, before you ask, I allowed the girl in. She is Olgimsky's daughter, and she interceded on your behalf. But even if she hadn't, I wouldn't have kept you in there. At least I got some decent sleep. What were you detained for? I tried to leave town, but your trap worked just in time, and I wasn't let go. You committed the most heinous crime a doctor can commit. You tried to abandon your patients, to flee the town and save your sorry hide. It was a despicable act. If I could turn back time, I wouldn't do it again. You can't go back. You can't undo the past. Today, the plague has reached the backbone. Behind the thin walls of this building, death rages. We've boarded up doors and windows, but the plague fumes are seeping in. You and I, we have mere hours left. And now we're both trapped. Is it not ironic? He who digs holes is liable to fall into them, is all I'll say. There have been cases of criminals surviving the sacking of a besieged city and prisons. A prison is also a fortress, but our fortress lacks food and water. Outside we are presumed dead. Know this, Dankovsky. I wanted to punish your cowardice. That much is true, but I did not want you dead. I'm sorry. What do you mean presumed dead? 2 days ago, a decree was issued declaring all people in infected districts to be presumed dead, not to be rescued unless they call for help with signal bonfires. A folly without a protective suit. You can't venture into the miasma, let alone light the fires. So officially, you and I are dead. Yeah, he's using passive voice because he's cop. A decree was issued, you say, by whoever wields that power, right? Tell it to me straight. You issued an inhumane rule, never expecting to be its victim. I did not issue that decree, nor did you, though everyone pinned their hopes on you at first. You have no moral right to condemn the decisions of those who at least tried to act. Fine, I'll deal with this later, but for us to be let out, someone has to venture outside, right? I'm ready to volunteer. The miasma already seeps into the rooms of the town hall, and you want me to open the front door? No, our only chance is to barricade ourselves in and pray for a miracle. I have a device, a prototype. It disperses miasma. With it, I can go through the infected district. A device? Yes, the one you confiscated, along with all my belongings, including medicine, by the way. No, your gadgets from the capital are just as unreliable as you. I won't unlock the main entrance, risking contamination of the town hall, just because of your novelty lighter. That's great. At the beginning, you said you weren't going to hold me. Who's breaking their promises now? I can't take that risk. I have an idea. You mentioned the plague is already seeping into the town hall. Where? The far room. We've locked it already. Give me the prototype back. I'll clear the contamination in the far room and prove to you that the device works. Fine. Your device should be in the main hall. Confiscated items are also there. On the courier. On the counter, sorry. No one has disturbed them. Take them. After that, they'll unlock the far room for you, but if you fail to clear the miasma there, you won't be let out. Another day at the office for a doctor in a crisis. Okay. Sure. So, we are going to go get the... I've just remembered that my alert box GIFs of like the green screen ones I did, where I'm reacting to subscriptions and follows, they must be like 4 years old now or more. I should really update those. Like, I have a different face now. I need to find some. Oh, hello. Pen, cigarette case, nutshell. I mean, I'll take everything. I simply will. This is just the way in Pathologic. Right. Where's all me shit? Is there a murderer? Murderer's brother, alright. Are you the head of this place? Could you sign this paper for me, please? The death certificate, I mean. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm many things in this place, but certainly not its head. My brother's dead. Bad man he was. Wicked man. Still he was family. Now I'm fussing about, collecting all the papers. But I'll be frank. I don't have his name in here. I forgot his name. No one's willing to help me. Well, what do you expect me to... Well, what? Do you expect me to put my own name in there? I don't know myself how this could happen. It's like it was kicked out of my head. Like there's just this black blot in my mind where my brother's name used to be. Okie Dear says, oh, so that was you. Very adorable. So you didn't... You didn't know it was me when I came up on the screen. Yeah, I really need to change it. I need to get the green screen out again and record new ones. It's actually quite fun. Like, quite a fun little exercise to film them. Alright. Oh, so he's Kerrick's brother. But Kerrick's name is gone, so he can't remember anymore. That's crazy. A herb bread took your brother's body away. That can't be true. For the kin to take a body, someone needs to give them permission. They have a special relationship with bodies. They would never take one without asking. Yes, indeed. It was me. I gave her permission to take the body. You? How could you? What did he ever do to you? That you fed him to the kin? I thought you were a doctor, a scientist, and you... Have you no shame? Okie Dear says, for context though, I'm watching on mobile, so it was tiny. That's very fair. I still think I should re-record them soon. Okay. I remember his name. Something beginning with K. Okay. I thought for a sec that guy was just going to get up and attack us. E to take. There we go. 20. 20's plenty. Plan to develop on the other side of the river. Impossible Tower is a dominant landmark. Okay. What's this? A chessboard. The fastest checkmate is in 3 moves. If played the same way, they run this town. Okay.
Stupid. I was so stupid.
What's that smell? And then I'm gonna pick the dialogue option. The smell of science. So stupid. Your contraption works. Let's assume as much. Is it enough to traverse the infected district? I hope so. Fine. Let's assume that too. Listen up. You need to make it to the southern exit of the district. It's guarded by orderlies. The other exits are either sealed off or being guarded by vigilantes. Best avoided. I understand. But first you need to light several bonfires. More than one, that's important. Again with the bonfires, I'll just tell the orderlies that there are living people trapped in the district. I'll be standing in front of them as living proof. I've said it already, this is how it's been since the first outbreak 5 years ago. If there are fires burning in an area, that means there's still survivors, still able-bodied and healthy. Only those are worth saving. We were ordered not to bother with small pockets of doomed people. But you're suggesting I light all these bonfires by myself to deceive your own system? It's not my system. We issued the decree in haste and panic. If I survive, I'll overturn it. If we survive, I'll be the one issuing decrees. That felt like a very Daniel answer for me to give. Okay. Oh no. I just misclicked and used one of only 20 shots it has. Okay. Infection sealed off. Light some bonfires. Alright. I hear the plague. It's quite scary. There it is. Okay. Now, how am I gonna... What are we doing here? I have matches. How do I light the bonfire? Okay. What's the day 4 thing? My kingdom for a horse. Oh, I can remember some of the attempt to escape now. That's really fun. That's really, really fun. Start fires, matches on hand, I to open the inventory, and then put them in my pockets, and then I can quick use them. Okay. F to ignite and throw a match. There we go. That's one. I've only got 13 uses of my clicky clicker though. I've also just remembered that in this level there are like plague vortexes or something. My apathy's getting pretty high. So if there's a bin, I gotta kick it. Such a normal guy. Whoa. Alright, 11. That's not enough. I'm in a lot of trouble, I think. There we go. Oh, it's making me slower and slower as well. This is quite distressing. I really need to find a bin or other interactable thing. There's a bin. That's a box. This is a bin. There we go. Did you just hear that? That was fucking ridiculous. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can run now. But running doesn't make me more manic, apparently. Which is not my experience. Okay, come on, bins. Come on, bins. Oh, they changed the designs of the little stone bins. That's interesting. Whoa! I think I just got by one of the like plague vortexes I was talking about. Okay, not this way. Oh, I'm absolutely fucked. Yeah, I think I'm done for. I haven't got the mania. I'm lost in the fog. Okay, at least I'm back where I started. So, in theory, can I crank this?
Enough. Quiet.
Dankovsky's an angry dude. I need to... Oh, how do I reload my thing then? That's my gizmo. Oh, I've got 3 shots left in it, so maybe I can't reload it until it's empty. Alright, I've got 3. Let's see the map. I'm currently there. I need to wind up there, so I might as well go through these and see if there's bonfires on the way. Hopefully there are. Oh, there's one. Okay. That's definitely one over there. Cool. And I can press the cranks to get a little bit manic. Okay, I've looped back around again to a bonfire I've already done. On the other hand, it says there should be people over here. Have I done enough bonfires?
I'd rather not hear this.
High mania speeds up the world and is detrimental to health. At excessive doses, guiding clues begin to appear before my eyes. If I get too manic, I hallucinate the things I have to do. Little signs pointing me in the right direction. Damn. Valerie Valkyrie says the visuals are so oppressive. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not the only survivor. There are people trapped in the town. They're dead to us. Sabarov's in there. We're just doing our jobs. The bonfires are lit. Wait, really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boys, there's survivors in the backbone. Well then, clear the exit to the district. Escort people from fire to fire. Do not deviate from the route. So you're simply scared of being in the infected district unless the fires are lit. Now the decree makes more sense. Its author is craftier than I thought. Okay, so that's something interesting that I think that the pandemic and Pathologic are always going to be in like cultural conversation, right? Like people's experience with the pandemic. I think something really striking about like misinformation around COVID is how people like automatically combine everything in like public health measures immediately with like their pre-existing understanding of the social contract. I think this is like a bit like that. So you're simply scared of being in the infected district unless the fires are lit. Now the decree makes more sense. Its author is craftier than I thought. It's right terrifying to go in there, but it can't be helped. Orders are orders. And you, survivor, why are you still standing there? Get on out to the clean district since you managed to walk all the way here. I yearn to breathe clean air and not flinch at every shadow. Yeah, let's do it. The town is merely a sequence of districts. That's a very Dankovsky perspective. And I am the one to left click, choose that sequence. I can choose a careful route step by step, avoiding dangerous districts. Or space to walk directly to my target. No need to rush. If I change my mind, I can always back or... No, that'll be like backspace. Okay. Undo my last move or Z to start over. Okay. So I could go to see the kids and trade with them. Go to see Stark Reuben. Okay. Sure. No, that hasn't worked. Start travel. And now I'm at the warehouses. Where there's this guy. Hey, Sawbones, that you? You the big city Sawbones? A doc, I should say. Yes. Don't you fret, I'm not interested in your jingle jangle. Not worth the hassle. Just tell me straight, Doc. Am I plagued? You don't look sick. I'm serious and scared. Is it okay to admit fear to a Sawbones, a doctor? Ever since I found out my Kulan had died, I've been scared out of my wits. It claimed her in 5 hours. She was young and strong. One confession deserves another. I don't know if youth keeps one safe at all. It would be logical if it did, but the disease seems to spare no one. I had hoped her step-blood would protect her. She's of the kin. Left her people. But was still torn between town and steppe. I thought maybe if I quarrelled with her on purpose, she'd return to her kind, wouldn't suffer her fate no more. Too late now. My condolences. That's really interesting, because they're deliberately confronting the, like, how does the plague make the distinction between kin and not kin? Oh my god, not kin. Oh my god. Okay. Just gonna have to think about that one. Fuck's sake. And apparently, if someone is not chill with the kin, they count as plague fodder. Such a shame. I don't want to die though. Give it to me straight, Doc. Will I follow Kulan soon? Should I prepare bread and milk? Or can it pass me by? So you suspect your lover might have infected you. It's not impossible. When did you see her last? The day before yesterday, in the morning. When did she die? Yesterday. I know very little of the plague yet, but it's clear from its dynamics that one can't survive the infection for more than a day. If you were infected, you wouldn't be here. Are you sure? Consider how many people have died since the outbreak began 2 days ago. The disease. They got to do a lot of proofreading in this game. Obviously develops very quickly. I'd say the incubation period is 5 to 8 hours. I don't know. It's just a hypothesis. Option 1 all seems true. Oh, you've done me a service. Poor Kulan's suffering ended just yesterday. She came to me even earlier than that. Your math checks out. So, Doctor. Sorry, I should address you with respect. According to your account, I couldn't have caught it from her. Maybe not from Kulan, but from someone else. Someone you could have met even half an hour ago. Easily. Don't celebrate just yet. If it takes 5 hours to burn someone out like a candle, then it's clear as day. I've been racking my brain. She was healthy when she came to me. Only her legs were wobbly after a night of dancing, then suddenly, bam, dead of the plague like that. Shows you how death sneaks up on you. Wicked, like a cut purse in an alley. Any death is wicked. That mortality is embedded into human nature itself, even more wicked. And I get a little bit manic because I said that. Okay. Cool. Such loud words of yours. They ring here in this backwater. It's like an alarm bell or artillery. They don't fit the scenery, like you. Can I help you with something, Doc? You're looking lost as a newborn babe. Lost, am I? Maybe you can help. I'm looking for a doctor named Reuben. If I knew where he was, I would have gone to him with my plague question. He saw the last outbreak, was Burak's Isidore's apprentice. But he's gone, vanished as if the earth swallowed him. You think he's right here in the warehouses? I'll be damned. I'm not sure myself, but I need to talk to him. Do something useful, at least. Tough luck. I'd love to repay you, but I can't. Don't know where Reuben went. You know, ask the little ones, the kids, if you run into some. They've scoured every corner of this place. They don't miss a thing. If Reuben is here, they'll have seen him. I'm less than eager to deal with local children again, but it looks like I'll have to. When can I save, by the way? It's not in the menu. I haven't encountered clocks yet as a saving mechanic. I'm now just kind of walking around the warehouses. Okay. Can I go up ladders? No, of course not. Alright then. So I can go Bad Grief's lair. And it's empty. Loot the clock? What the fuck? Well then how do I save? Chat, I'm gonna wrap this up when I can find a way to save. I'm feeling like I might be stuck in this until the game decides to let me out, basically. I might need to just go over and check from Google. Pathologic 3 first save. Oh shit. Immediately spoiling myself on stuff. I am not turning up good results. Chat, do we know anything about this? Okay. I'll go with how to save instead. All right, I'm basically just I'm getting no answers at all, so I'm basically just carrying on until that's really cute. That's really cute. I'm basically just carrying on until I am presented with a save game. What's that doodad on your chest? You mean this? It's no doodad, it's a brooch. Looks like a do-mom to me. That's the worst pun I've heard in my life. Says who? Some guy wearing a lady's pin. That's right, kid. Call him a cross-dresser. That's what we need. I'm looking for a doctor called Reuben. I'm told he's hiding somewhere in the warehouses. Haven't seen no doctors around, but we got a new boiler man lately. Fixed the furnace 3 days ago, but today it broke down again. Go on, touch the pipe, see? Cold like my dad's feet. Quite the simile. What happened to your father? He died, that's what. We buried him with no shoes on. I thought he was just pretending. I started tickling him, but he was ice cold and stiff as a board. I'm sorry for your loss. My loss, not yours, you know. What are you doing sniffing around like a stray dog anyhow? I told you I'm looking for a doctor. Although I think he's a boiler man now. How do I get to the heating plant? Then you're walking the wrong way, dummy. Follow the pipe the other way to get to the boiler house. Great. Okay, let's follow the pipe the other way. Oh, wait, no. Halt, who goes there? Turn your head up, look at us. What's the password? Hecate Fecate sat on a pipe. Hecate Fecate smelled a bit ripe. All the king's crickets and all the king's geese couldn't rid Hecate of the smell of damp cheese. Now say the password, old timer. It's a version I hadn't heard before. Is the password geese? Ha, wrong. It's crickets. There's one on this pipe right now. Can't you hear him chirping? Is your name Cricket, or do you mean an actual insect? Who are you calling an insect, Gramps? You're going deaf. I've seen old timers like you with a big metal horn in their ears. Maybe try that instead of embarrassing yourself. I'm only 28. I suppose I must seem like a lot to a child. Wow, how are you even walking around? Even more so with that bald spot on top of your head. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have a bald spot. And then Demkovsky starts crying. Oh, his apathy increased. Okay. Not yet, but you will. I can see it all from up here, even the future. You'll be combing over a bald patch and powdering up your wrinkles until you look like an amateur hour at a mortician's parlor. Sooner or later, we'll all be bald and in a box. Nothing to be done about it. Powerful stuff, Daniel. Well done. Tell the children they're gonna go bald and die. Ha! Never. I won't go bald, and I don't intend to get old. I like that attitude. You could be an intern at my lab when you grow up. Fighting death and old age is exactly what we do. Sounds unlikely. I can see the future from here. A grand future where all the grown-ups are dead of plague and we rule the town. I don't think you understand what the plague is. It kills kids too. Oh, you think you're so clever, huh? How do you know? You're a doctor or something. We don't need another one. We already have Dr. Boilerman. The furnace broke down at the boiler house, but he fixed it, and today it broke down again. Perhaps I should become a boilerman. Sounds like a less hopeless profession. Our boilerman isn't too reliable neither. Kept the fire burning at first, but now everyone's gone cold. What are you complaining about? You took the best spot up. You took the best spot up too, and now you're cold. Let's swap then. I don't mind the cold. Eventually the boilerman will remember what his poker is for. Yes, I've heard the story of one of your friends already. Now I'm following the pipe to the heating plant. It's called the boiler house. It's a house with a boiler, not some hot plant with sap running through the pipes. I say, some people believe the wildest things these days. He's so clueless, bet he can't even follow the pipe without getting lost. Let me give you a hint, old-timer. There's a little heat left in my pipe, and you need to get to where there's a lot of it. Can you remember that? I see you're a Bachelor of Physics with a thesis in thermodynamics. Thank you. Alright. There is a person stabbed to the wall over here. And something written in kin language. Simon's murderer. If a murderer is murdered, who is to murder the murderer's murderer? Another very perfectly Daniel Dankovsky thought. Someone must be murdered over this. That's the only solution. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Pinned him to a wall like a butterfly and left him to die. Even stabbed him with a knife for good measure. But he didn't die from those wounds. Do you know what he died from? Thirst. Do you have any water? What are you doing here, actor? I'm no actor. I neither feel nor act. Call me a shadow, a remainder of a person, a trace, an echo, a glove left behind at someone's house. A useless thing, really. Who needs a lone glove? But it is proof that someone once was here to lose it. So I'm hallucinating. That's to be expected. Don't disappoint me, Bachelor. Madness would be too easy an explanation, wouldn't you say? Why not, for a change, assume you are really speaking to a shadow, a remnant of the dead? On the other hand, this town is full of oddities. I'm used to being surprised. The shadow of a dead man? No need to gasp. Hey Jenny, lovely to have you here. We're going to be wrapping up when I can find a save point. I'm currently just getting through until the game will let me save my progress. Everyone, please remember to pay for the stream if you've been enjoying the stream. Subscribe or share or donate directly using command tip. I really need the support. Money is quite tight, and it helps me out when you send me money. Thank you. Also, if you are a regular viewer and want to support me regularly, you can go to my Patreon. You are a scientist, a researcher of death. So, gaze into the face of a dead man. Perhaps then you'll understand why only a mask remains. Can't say I've heard about theatrical death masks from even the most exalted subjects of Thanatica. Am I the only one who can see you? No. 2 others watch, and one presents. Know this. If one like me is here, then the person you sought is no longer. Today, they are already dead. 2 more, and who presents? Good night, Joe. Thanks for being here. Good puzzle, is it not? They pinned Grief to a wall like a butterfly and left him to die. But it was thirst that killed him. Do you have any water? Why would a dead man need water? He wouldn't, but his throat felt like it was filled with sand, even though there was no throat left. Simon's murderer. Why would they think that Grief killed Simon? When you take out the pitchforks, you'll always find something to nail them with. That's a really good line. That's really, really good. Valerie saying, a thread here says it auto-saves fairly frequently. Best way to guarantee is enter a building. A symbol appears on the top left to show it is saving. Okay, alright. Jenny says that line fucks. Yeah, absolutely. When you take out the pitchforks, you'll always find something to nail them with. Grief saw the faces of his killers. Did he recognize them? You're asking that as a detective? I'm afraid it's not that kind of story. Grief was killed by a mob, not a person with a name. He often thought about death, imagining what his last words would be. And when death finally came, you know what he said? What? Ow. He said, ow. That was all he could come up with as he bled out, pinned to a wall by a pitchfork. How's that for last words? Well, I had a patient drop his quill, lean to grab it, cough, and die. His last words, blast it. Another said, wish I had a champagne, turned toward the wall, and was gone. He said, ow, and thought to himself, what a disgrace. That's life for you. You muse on death, prepare for it, and the time comes. So he actually cared about his reputation a great deal. Good night, Artisan. Thanks for hanging out. It's been nice to have you here. Poor Grief. Okay. So if I now went into the building that's Ruben's hideout, hopefully it's gonna... Oh. Well, that's not right, is it? Oh, wait. Does the pipe go down? Yes, I think so. Okay. Ah, a bunch of different pipes. Nice. So if I go into here, we're hoping it's going to do a little icon in the corner. I go in. Yes, there's a little hourglass. Oh my goodness. Well, this is all very dramatic. I like it a lot. Okay, we're going to quit there. Main menu. And if I said this, it would say, cool. Alright, nice one. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for coming to the stream. It's been really lovely to have you all here. I'll do one last request for please help me to pay bills and keep me alive. If you've been enjoying the stream, you can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. If you are watching the VOD of this, because you've been enjoying watching me play Pathologic 3, there should be a link down below where you can send me money directly, or go to my Patreon and support me monthly if you want to. I'm enjoying this game a lot. I think this is really, really fascinating. How like everything about how they've taken this like new approach to how to tell this same story again is really striking. Next week, I reckon I'll do some of the regular Liberal Slop stream, and I'm not sure what the plan is yet for playing more of this on stream. I guess VOD commenters, let me know. And regular viewers also pop over to the VOD, and you can let me know there. And your feedback is extremely appreciated, because I like to know what people want to see for the streams. But next week will definitely be the regular Liberal Slop stream. We've missed a couple of weeks of stuff, and there's been some fairly major developments in world politics, if people hadn't noticed. Okay. I hope everyone has a lovely night. Thank you for joining me. Bye!